9 Techniques for Self-Compassion, written by Anna Bridges, narrated by Janice Peckers. Chapter 1, Introduction to Self-Compassion. Self-compassion is the practice of treating oneself with the same kindness, care, and understanding that one would offer to a close friend or loved one. In a world that often promotes self-criticism and perfectionism, self-compassion provides a powerful antidote to negative self-talk and harsh judgment. It encourages us to acknowledge our flaws and mistakes with an open heart, rather than succumbing to feelings of inadequacy or shame. Understanding and embracing self-compassion is a transformative process that can lead to profound emotional healing and overall well-being. Many of us have been conditioned to view self-criticism as a necessary tool for growth and success. We may have been taught that pushing ourselves to the limit, often at the cost of our own emotional and physical well-being, is the key to achievement. However, this mindset can be counterproductive. Constant self-judgment and harsh internal dialogues can lead to stress, anxiety, and a sense of burnout. In contrast, self-compassion allows for a more balanced approach to growth. By embracing our imperfections and treating ourselves with warmth and acceptance, we cultivate resilience and emotional strength. Self-compassion is not about being indulgent or letting ourselves off the hook for mistakes. Rather, it's about recognizing that everyone experiences pain, failure, and difficulty. Instead of berating ourselves when we fall short, we learn to respond with understanding and care, just as we would for someone we deeply care about. This shift in perspective fosters emotional healing and a deeper connection with ourselves. At its core, self-compassion is grounded in 3 main elements: mindfulness, self-kindness, and common humanity. Mindfulness involves being aware of our thoughts and feelings without judgment. Self-kindness encourages us to be gentle with ourselves in times of struggle, offering the same compassion we would to a loved one. Common humanity reminds us that suffering is part of the shared human experience, and we are not alone in our challenges. In this chapter, we will explore the foundations of self-compassion, how it differs from self-esteem, and why it is essential for cultivating a healthy mindset. By learning to practice self-compassion, we not only improve our emotional well-being, but also develop a more resilient and loving relationship with ourselves. As we journey through this book, we will uncover 9 practical techniques that can help us nurture and grow our capacity for self-compassion, ultimately leading to a more peaceful and fulfilling life. Understanding self-compassion. Self-compassion is the practice of offering ourselves the same understanding, kindness, and support that we would give to a close friend or loved one in times of difficulty. It involves recognizing our own struggles and treating ourselves with gentleness rather than criticism or judgment. In a world that often celebrates achievement and perfection, self-compassion stands as a necessary antidote to the pressures of constant self-improvement. It is a powerful tool for healing emotional wounds, cultivating resilience, and creating a healthier relationship with ourselves. Unlike self-esteem, which relies on our ability to meet certain standards or achieve particular goals, self-compassion is unconditional. It does not depend on external validation or success, but rather on our ability to accept ourselves as we are, flaws and all. Self-compassion invites us to embrace our imperfections, acknowledge our suffering, and approach ourselves with empathy during moments of difficulty. It is not about excusing our mistakes or avoiding personal growth, but about recognizing that we are worthy of care and kindness even when we fall short of our expectations. Self-compassion is founded on 3 key elements: mindfulness, self-kindness, and common humanity. Mindfulness involves being fully present with our thoughts and emotions, observing them without judgment or criticism. This non-reactive awareness allows us to see our pain clearly and without distortion. Self-kindness encourages us to respond to our suffering with warmth, patience, and understanding, rather than harsh self-criticism or neglect. It is the practice of treating ourselves with the same compassion we would extend to a loved one who is struggling. Finally, common humanity reminds us that suffering is a universal part of the human experience. By acknowledging that we are not alone in our pain, we can foster a sense of connection and reduce feelings of isolation. One of the greatest benefits of self-compassion is its ability to reduce the negative impact of self-criticism. Research shows that when we are kind to ourselves, we are less likely to experience feelings of shame, guilt, and anxiety. Instead, we create a space for healing and growth. By embracing self-compassion, we open ourselves to a life filled with greater emotional resilience, more fulfilling relationships, and a deeper sense of well-being. In the following chapters, we will explore practical techniques for cultivating self-compassion, allowing you to nurture this essential quality in your daily life. Through these practices, you will learn to embrace yourself with love, acceptance, and understanding, fostering a mindset that supports both personal growth and emotional healing. The importance of being kind to yourself. Being kind to yourself is often easier said than done. In a society that frequently values achievement, productivity, and external validation, many of us are conditioned to prioritize everything and everyone else over our own well-being. The idea of showing kindness to ourselves may feel indulgent or unnecessary, yet it is a crucial practice for maintaining emotional health and cultivating a positive mindset. Self-kindness is not just a luxury or a fleeting gesture. It is essential for long-term well-being, inner peace, and personal growth. When we are kind to ourselves, we create an internal environment that fosters healing, resilience, and balance. Self-kindness helps counteract the damaging effects of self-criticism, which can lead to stress, anxiety, and feelings of unworthiness. Harsh self-judgment can be a significant barrier to mental and emotional growth, trapping us in cycles of negative thinking and self-doubt. In contrast, when we approach ourselves with compassion and understanding, we encourage a more nurturing mindset. This approach allows us to navigate challenges more effectively, as we are more likely to view setbacks as opportunities for growth rather than as failures. Being kind to yourself also strengthens your ability to manage and regulate emotions. Research has shown that self-compassion can help reduce the intensity of negative emotions, such as shame, frustration, and fear. Instead of reacting to mistakes with anger or regret, self-kindness offers a buffer, enabling us to respond with care and a sense of perspective. This emotional balance allows us to recover more quickly from setbacks and reduces the long-term effects of stress. By treating ourselves with kindness, we learn to create space for our emotions without letting them control us. Self-kindness also enhances our relationships with others. When we are compassionate toward ourselves, we are better able to extend that same compassion to those around us. We are more patient, understanding, and empathetic in our interactions, fostering stronger, more meaningful connections. Additionally, being kind to ourselves sets a powerful example for others, teaching them the importance of self-care and encouraging them to adopt similar practices in their own lives. Ultimately, being kind to yourself is an act of self-preservation. It allows you to cultivate a sense of worthiness and acceptance, regardless of external circumstances. It is not about seeking perfection or avoiding mistakes, but about treating yourself with the care and respect you deserve, just as you would for a loved one. Through self-kindness, you lay the foundation for a more resilient, peaceful, and fulfilling life. Chapter 2, Technique 1, Practicing Mindful Awareness. Mindful awareness is the foundation of many practices aimed at cultivating a compassionate mindset. At its core, mindfulness involves being fully present in the moment, observing your thoughts, emotions, and sensations without judgment. When applied to self-compassion, mindful awareness allows you to recognize your struggles with clarity and understanding. It helps you acknowledge your pain without becoming overwhelmed by it, creating space for healing and growth. By practicing mindfulness, you become more attuned to your inner experiences, enabling you to respond to challenges with patience and kindness. The practice of mindful awareness is rooted in the simple act of paying attention. It involves slowing down and noticing what is happening within and around you. This means observing your thoughts as they arise without attaching labels such as good or bad, or getting caught in cycles of judgment. Instead of becoming lost in the story your mind tells you about a particular situation, mindfulness invites you to step back and observe the experience with curiosity and openness. This non-judgmental awareness is essential for developing self-compassion, as it helps you recognize when you are being self-critical or harsh and gently redirect your focus to a more compassionate approach. Mindful awareness also helps you connect with your emotions in a deeper way. Often, we are so caught up in our busy lives or negative self-talk that we don't fully experience our emotions. We might push them aside, avoid them, or even ignore them altogether. Mindfulness teaches us to sit with our emotions without fear or resistance. Whether it's sadness, frustration, or fear, mindfulness encourages us to be present with those feelings and treat them with kindness. This process of acknowledgement allows for emotional healing, as we learn to respond to our emotional needs with understanding rather than judgment. Through regular practice, mindfulness also helps break the cycle of rumination, which often keeps us stuck in negative thinking. By bringing your attention back to the present moment, you can shift your focus away from past mistakes or future worries and create space for self-compassionate thoughts. In this way, mindful awareness becomes a tool for cultivating resilience, as it enables you to face difficult emotions or situations without becoming overwhelmed by them. In this chapter, you'll explore practical exercises to help incorporate mindful awareness into your daily life. With consistent practice, mindfulness can become a powerful tool in building a compassionate relationship with yourself, allowing you to face challenges with greater clarity, kindness, and emotional strength. What mindfulness means for self-compassion. Mindfulness is the practice of bringing full attention to the present moment with openness and without judgment. It involves observing thoughts, feelings, and bodily sensations as they arise and accepting them as they are without labeling them as good or bad. When applied to self-compassion, mindfulness becomes a powerful tool for acknowledging and addressing suffering with kindness and understanding. Rather than avoiding or suppressing painful emotions, mindfulness allows us to face them directly, embracing them with the same care and empathy that we would offer a friend in need. Mindfulness for self-compassion means being fully present with your emotional experience, allowing yourself to feel whatever you are feeling without trying to change or fix it. When we practice mindfulness in moments of distress, we create the space to recognize our suffering without getting caught up in it. Often, we may have a tendency to react to our pain with self-criticism or judgment, thinking that we should be stronger, better, or more resilient. Mindfulness helps us break this pattern by fostering a gentle acceptance of what we're going through. Instead of pushing ourselves to snap out of it, we learn to acknowledge our struggles with understanding and self-kindness. In this way, mindfulness becomes an essential practice for building self-compassion. It encourages us to become more aware of our inner dialogue, especially the critical or harsh thoughts we may hold about ourselves. Through mindfulness, we can notice when we are being unkind or overly critical and gently redirect our thoughts toward a more compassionate perspective. This awareness creates an opportunity to shift from self-judgment to self-acceptance, allowing us to approach our challenges with patience and care. Furthermore, mindfulness helps us realize that our suffering is part of the shared human experience. It allows us to step back and see our difficulties from a broader perspective, recognizing that everyone at some point experiences pain, failure, or disappointment. Mindfulness helps us embrace the idea of common humanity, which is one of the core elements of self-compassion. By recognizing that suffering is universal, we are less likely to isolate ourselves or believe that we are uniquely flawed or undeserving of compassion. Through mindfulness, we develop a deeper connection to our inner selves, enabling us to respond to our needs and emotions with understanding and kindness. It encourages us to approach our pain with curiosity rather than fear, and to offer ourselves the same warmth and care that we would give to others. In doing so, mindfulness becomes an essential practice in fostering a more compassionate, resilient, and healing relationship with ourselves. Simple mindfulness exercises. Mindfulness is a practice that can be integrated into our daily lives in simple yet impactful ways. It doesn't require special equipment or long hours of practice. Instead, mindfulness can be cultivated through small, intentional moments of awareness. Here are some simple mindfulness exercises that can help you bring more presence and compassion into your daily routine. One of the most accessible mindfulness exercises is the breathing exercise. To begin, find a quiet space where you can sit comfortably. Close your eyes and bring your attention to your breath. As you inhale, notice the sensation of the air entering your nose, filling your lungs, and expanding your chest. As you exhale, observe the gentle release of the breath and the feeling of relaxation. Let your breath guide you back to the present moment, allowing any distracting thoughts to pass by like clouds in the sky. If your mind starts to wander, gently bring your focus back to your breath. This simple exercise can be done anywhere and at any time, offering a moment of calm and clarity, especially during stressful or overwhelming moments. Another helpful mindfulness practice is the body scan. This exercise encourages you to connect with your body and become aware of any areas of tension or discomfort. Start by lying down in a comfortable position, or if seated, make sure your feet are grounded and your posture is relaxed. Begin at the top of your head and slowly bring your awareness down through each part of your body. Notice any sensations, whether tightness, warmth, coolness, or heaviness, and simply acknowledge them without judgment. If you encounter tension, breathe into that area and allow it to soften with each exhale. The body scan helps you tune into physical sensations, fostering relaxation and mindfulness of the present moment. Mindful walking is another practice that can be easily incorporated into your day. Whether you're taking a short walk around the block or moving between rooms at home, bring your attention to each step. Feel the ground beneath your feet, the shift in your weight, and the movement of your body. If your mind begins to wander, gently guide it back to the sensations of walking, each step grounding you in the present moment. Walking mindfully can be especially helpful when you need a break from mental clutter or wish to reconnect with your body. A more interactive mindfulness exercise is mindful listening. This can be practiced in conversations with others or when listening to sounds around you. When engaging in mindful listening, try to truly focus on what the other person is saying without formulating a response in your mind. If you are listening to sounds in your environment, notice the different layers of sound, distant or close, loud or soft, and observe how they change over time. This exercise helps you practice full presence and deepen your connection to both yourself and others. These simple mindfulness exercises can be powerful tools for cultivating a more compassionate and focused mindset. By incorporating mindfulness into your daily life, you create opportunities to foster self-awareness, reduce stress, and nurture your own well-being. Chapter 3, Technique 2, The Power of Self-Talk. Self-talk refers to the internal dialogue that runs through our minds, influencing how we view ourselves, our actions, and the world around us. This inner conversation can have a profound impact on our emotional well-being, shaping our experiences and responses to challenges. Positive self-talk can build resilience, foster self-compassion, and encourage growth, while negative self-talk can undermine confidence, increase stress, and reinforce feelings of inadequacy. Recognizing the power of self-talk is a critical step in cultivating self-compassion and nurturing a healthier relationship with ourselves. At its core, self-talk reflects the beliefs we hold about ourselves. These beliefs, often formed over years of experiences and external influences, can either support or hinder our well-being. When we are kind and encouraging in our inner dialogue, we set the stage for a compassionate mindset. However, many of us have internalized negative beliefs such as, I'm not good enough, I always mess things up, or I don't deserve success. These types of thoughts can perpetuate self-criticism and sabotage our efforts to improve or heal. The key to transforming self-talk is awareness. By paying attention to the words and phrases we use when speaking to ourselves, we can begin to identify patterns of negativity and replace them with more compassionate and realistic alternatives. For instance, instead of saying, I'm such a failure, we might shift to, I didn't succeed this time, but I can learn from this experience and try again. This simple shift in language can help us reframe setbacks and mistakes as opportunities for growth rather than as evidence of our inadequacy. In addition to reframing negative self-talk, practicing self-affirmation is another powerful tool for cultivating self-compassion. Self-affirmations are positive, supportive statements that reinforce our self-worth and potential. These statements can be as simple as, "I am worthy of love and kindness," or "I am doing my best, and that is enough." By regularly repeating affirmations, we begin to rewire our brains to focus on our strengths and capabilities, fostering a more compassionate and empowering mindset. It's important to remember that transforming self-talk is a gradual process. It requires patience and consistency, as our inner dialogue may be deeply ingrained. However, with practice, we can shift our internal conversations from self-criticism to self-compassion. As we learn to speak to ourselves with kindness and encouragement, we open the door to greater emotional healing, resilience, and a deeper sense of self-worth. In this chapter, we will explore practical techniques for changing negative self-talk, offering strategies to cultivate a more compassionate and supportive inner dialogue that can transform your approach to challenges and self-care. Identifying negative self-talk. Negative self-talk is an automatic and often unconscious way of thinking that can shape our perceptions of ourselves and the world. These thoughts are typically harsh, judgmental, and rooted in self-doubt. They can be triggered by failure, fear of failure, or even by the simple pressures of daily life. The problem with negative self-talk is that it often reinforces feelings of unworthiness, anxiety, and helplessness. It can become a barrier to self-compassion, keeping us trapped in cycles of self-criticism and preventing personal growth. The first step in overcoming negative self-talk is recognizing it for what it is, an internal narrative that doesn't necessarily reflect the truth. One of the most common forms of negative self-talk is catastrophizing, where we expect the worst possible outcome in any given situation. For example, if you make a small mistake at work, you might think, "I'm going to get fired," or "I'm a complete failure." This kind of thinking exaggerates the significance of a minor event and creates unnecessary stress. Similarly, all or nothing thinking can lead to negative self-talk. If you don't meet a goal perfectly, you might tell yourself, "I failed completely," even though you may have made progress or learned something valuable along the way. Such extreme, black and white thinking disregards the complexities of real life and dismisses small successes. Another form of negative self-talk is self-blame, where we take responsibility for things that are outside of our control or hold ourselves accountable for events that weren't our fault. This might manifest as thoughts like, "It's my fault that things went wrong," or "I should have done more." Self-blame often leads to feelings of guilt, shame, and frustration, which only serve to reinforce a negative view of ourselves. Overgeneralization is another common pattern of negative self-talk. If one thing goes wrong, you might think, "This always happens to me," or "I can never do anything right." This type of thinking applies a single negative experience to your entire life, reinforcing the belief that you are incapable or destined for failure. Once we become aware of these negative patterns, we can begin to challenge them. Identifying negative self-talk is the first step in reclaiming control over our internal narrative. It's important to remember that these thoughts are not facts, but rather distorted interpretations of our reality. They are shaped by past experiences, fears, and insecurities, and can be altered with practice. By recognizing when we engage in negative self-talk, we can take steps to shift our mindset and replace those harmful thoughts with more realistic, compassionate alternatives. In the following chapters, we will explore strategies to reframe these thoughts, fostering a healthier, more supportive relationship with ourselves. Reframing with kindness. Reframing with kindness is a powerful tool for transforming negative self-talk into a more compassionate and constructive inner dialogue. When we practice reframing, we consciously shift our perspective on a situation, taking it from one of self-criticism or judgment to one of understanding and support. This process involves recognizing the harmful patterns in our thinking and intentionally replacing them with thoughts that foster self-compassion and acceptance. Reframing with kindness is not about ignoring our mistakes or shortcomings, but rather approaching them with empathy and encouragement, as we would with a close friend. One of the first steps in reframing with kindness is becoming aware of the negative thoughts that arise in response to challenges or setbacks. These thoughts might include self-blame, all or nothing thinking, or feelings of inadequacy. For example, if you fail to meet a deadline at work, you might think, "I'm so lazy and disorganized, I'll never get anything right." This self-judgment only adds to the stress and frustration of the situation. Reframing would involve recognizing these negative thoughts and gently replacing them with a kinder perspective. Instead of focusing on the perceived failure, you could reframe the thought to, "I missed the deadline, but I can learn from this and plan better next time." By acknowledging the mistake without harsh judgment, you allow yourself room to grow and improve without feeling defeated. Reframing also involves questioning the validity of negative self-talk. When we hold ourselves to unrealistic standards or expectations, we set ourselves up for disappointment. In these moments, reframing with kindness means gently challenging these expectations. Instead of thinking, "I should be perfect at everything I do," try reframing it to, "It's okay to make mistakes. Perfection is not the goal. I'm learning and growing with each experience." This shift in mindset allows us to be more compassionate with ourselves, reducing unnecessary pressure and fostering resilience in the face of challenges. An essential aspect of reframing with kindness is practicing self-affirmation. When negative thoughts arise, it's important to counter them with positive, supportive statements. For instance, instead of thinking, "I don't deserve success," reframe it to, "I am worthy of success, and I am capable of achieving my goals." Self-affirmations help to reinforce self-worth and encourage a mindset that is aligned with growth and self-compassion. Ultimately, reframing with kindness is a practice that requires patience and persistence. By consistently challenging negative self-talk and replacing it with compassionate, constructive thoughts, we build a more supportive and empowering internal dialogue. Over time, this practice can help us develop a deeper sense of self-compassion, resilience, and emotional well-being. Chapter 4, Technique 3, Embracing Imperfection. Embracing imperfection is one of the most liberating and transformative practices for cultivating self-compassion. In a world that often celebrates perfection, success, and flawless outcomes, it can be easy to fall into the trap of believing that anything less than perfect is a failure. Yet, the reality is that perfection is an illusion. It is an unattainable ideal that can lead to frustration, stress, and self-doubt. Embracing imperfection is about accepting ourselves as we are, flaws, mistakes, and all, and recognizing that it is our humanity, with all its imperfections, that makes us beautifully unique. The first step in embracing imperfection is acknowledging that mistakes are a natural and essential part of life. They are not signs of failure, but opportunities for growth, learning, and self-improvement. When we view mistakes with compassion, we allow ourselves the freedom to take risks, try new things, and push beyond our comfort zones without the fear of judgment or rejection. Embracing imperfection means letting go of the need to be flawless and accepting that each experience, whether successful or challenging, adds to our personal growth. A key aspect of embracing imperfection is shifting the focus from perfectionism to progress. Perfectionism sets unrealistic expectations and fosters self-criticism, while a focus on progress celebrates the journey rather than the end result. This shift allows us to appreciate the small steps we take toward our goals, acknowledging the effort and growth involved in the process. For example, rather than focusing solely on achieving a perfect outcome, you can celebrate the fact that you took action, learned something new, or made progress, no matter how small. By honoring the journey, we can find joy and satisfaction in the process rather than in unattainable perfection. Embracing imperfection also means being kinder to ourselves when we fall short of our expectations. Instead of berating ourselves for not meeting the ideal, we practice self-compassion by offering understanding and support. This involves recognizing that we are human, and it is natural to face setbacks or make mistakes along the way. We can remind ourselves that we are doing our best, and that is enough. Ultimately, embracing imperfection is about cultivating a mindset of acceptance and self-compassion. It allows us to release the pressure of striving for an unattainable standard and instead focus on growth, learning, and resilience. By embracing our imperfections, we learn to love ourselves more fully, accepting ourselves as worthy and valuable, regardless of our perceived flaws. In doing so, we create a foundation for a healthier, more fulfilling life, one that is rooted in authenticity and self-compassion. Letting go of the need for perfection. The desire for perfection is deeply ingrained in many of us. From early childhood, we are often encouraged to achieve high standards, succeed without fail, and be the best at everything we do. While striving for excellence can be motivating, the constant pursuit of perfection can be exhausting, anxiety-inducing, and ultimately counterproductive. Letting go of the need for perfection is a crucial step in cultivating self-compassion and emotional well-being. It is about releasing the unrealistic expectations we place on ourselves and embracing the beauty of imperfection and growth. Perfectionism often comes from a deep fear of failure or judgment. We may fear that if we're not perfect, we're not good enough, or that others will see us as weak or incapable. This mindset can lead to chronic stress, self-criticism, and burnout. Instead of feeling liberated by achievements, perfectionism keeps us in a state of constant dissatisfaction, always striving for an ideal that can never truly be reached. When we let go of perfectionism, we free ourselves from this cycle, allowing room for growth, learning, and self-compassion. Letting go of perfection also involves changing the way we define success. Instead of measuring success solely by flawless outcomes or external validation, we can redefine it in terms of progress and effort. For example, completing a project with mistakes or imperfections doesn't make it any less valuable. What matters is the effort we put in, the lessons we learned, and the growth we experienced along the way. By focusing on progress instead of perfection, we can appreciate our accomplishments more fully without the burden of self-imposed pressure. Additionally, letting go of perfection allows us to be more flexible and forgiving with ourselves. When we inevitably make mistakes or fall short of our goals, we can approach ourselves with kindness and understanding rather than harsh judgment. Instead of thinking, "I should have done better," we can reframe this by thinking, "I did my best, and I'll do better next time." This gentle self-acceptance helps build resilience, as it encourages us to see setbacks not as failures, but as opportunities for growth. Ultimately, letting go of the need for perfection is a practice of self-compassion. It requires shifting our mindset to one that values authenticity, effort, and progress over flawless performance. When we stop chasing perfection, we create space for self-love, learning, and emotional freedom. By accepting our imperfections, we can embrace our full humanity and experience life with greater ease, joy, and acceptance. How mistakes lead to growth. Mistakes are often viewed as something to avoid at all costs, but in reality, they are an essential part of the learning and growth process. When we make mistakes, we are presented with opportunities to gain insight, adjust our approach, and improve our skills. Rather than seeing mistakes as failures or signs of inadequacy, we can choose to view them as valuable stepping stones on the path to personal development. Embracing mistakes and learning from them can foster a growth mindset, one that is rooted in self-compassion, resilience, and the belief that we are always capable of learning and evolving. The first way in which mistakes contribute to growth is by providing us with feedback. When we attempt something and it doesn't go as planned, we have the chance to evaluate what went wrong and why. This feedback, when approached with an open mind, allows us to see areas for improvement and adjust our strategies moving forward. For example, if you try a new project at work and the results fall short of expectations, rather than feeling discouraged, you can reflect on the experience to identify what worked and what didn't. This self-reflection helps to refine skills and approaches for future attempts, turning mistakes into valuable lessons. Additionally, mistakes can help to build resilience. When we encounter setbacks, we often experience feelings of disappointment, frustration, or self-doubt. However, how we respond to those feelings is crucial. Rather than letting these emotions derail our progress, we can use them as motivation to keep going. With each mistake, we learn to persevere, adapt, and face challenges with a greater sense of strength and determination. Mistakes teach us that failure is not the end, but rather a part of the process of growth and self-improvement. Mistakes also help us develop a sense of humility and empathy. When we recognize that everyone makes mistakes, we begin to understand that imperfection is a shared human experience. This awareness fosters a compassionate attitude toward ourselves and others, allowing us to approach mistakes with greater understanding rather than judgment. By embracing our own mistakes, we can offer the same kindness to others, creating a supportive environment where everyone feels empowered to learn and grow without fear of criticism. Ultimately, mistakes are a natural and inevitable part of life. Rather than fearing them, we can embrace them as essential tools for growth. They challenge us to think differently, try new approaches, and become more resilient in the face of adversity. By shifting our perspective on mistakes and viewing them as opportunities for learning and improvement, we can foster a mindset of self-compassion and continuous growth. Chapter 5. Technique 4. Self-compassionate touch. Self-compassionate touch is a powerful and soothing practice that involves using physical touch to comfort and care for ourselves in moments of emotional distress or discomfort. It taps into the natural ability of our bodies to respond to touch as a source of comfort, security, and connection. Whether it's a gentle hand on the heart, a hug, or simply resting your hand on your own arm, self-compassionate touch can serve as a reminder to treat ourselves with the same kindness and care that we would offer to a loved one. The science behind self-compassionate touch lies in the body's physiological response to physical contact. When we touch ourselves gently, our nervous system is activated in a way that promotes relaxation and reduces stress. For example, placing your hand over your heart can trigger the release of oxytocin, a hormone associated with bonding, trust, and emotional healing. This response can help calm the body and mind, offering a sense of comfort and reassurance during moments of anxiety, sadness, or frustration. By learning to use touch as a tool for self-compassion, we can create a nurturing environment for ourselves, especially when we feel overwhelmed or disconnected. One of the most common self-compassionate touch practices is placing a hand over the heart. This simple yet powerful gesture has been shown to evoke feelings of warmth and security. It's a physical way to remind ourselves that we are deserving of love and care. When we place our hand on our heart, we can also engage in positive self-talk, offering ourselves affirmations such as "I am doing my best" or "I am worthy of love and kindness." This combination of physical touch and kind words can deepen the sense of self-compassion, allowing us to connect with ourselves in a more meaningful way. Another practice is giving ourselves a hug. A self-hug can be a deeply nurturing experience, particularly in moments when we feel lonely, anxious, or defeated. Wrapping our arms around ourselves provides a sense of physical security and emotional warmth. It's a way of saying to ourselves, "I'm here for you," even when no one else is physically present. A self-hug can be especially grounding and comforting after a challenging day or when we need reassurance and support. Self-compassionate touch is a practice that can be easily integrated into daily life. It doesn't require a significant amount of time or energy, but it can make a meaningful difference in how we care for ourselves, particularly during times of emotional distress. By consciously incorporating self-compassionate touch into our routines, we begin to cultivate a deeper sense of connection to ourselves and our emotions. This practice fosters a compassionate relationship with our bodies and minds, helping us to respond with care and understanding, no matter what challenges we face. The science of soothing touch. The science of soothing touch is rooted in the body's natural physiological responses to physical contact, particularly its ability to reduce stress and promote emotional healing. When we engage in self-compassionate touch, such as placing a hand on our heart or giving ourselves a gentle hug, we activate certain neural pathways and hormonal responses that enhance our feelings of safety, comfort, and emotional regulation. This connection between physical touch and emotional well-being is not only scientifically validated, but also highlights the power of touch as a tool for self-care. One of the key mechanisms at play is the release of oxytocin, a hormone often referred to as the love hormone or bonding hormone. Oxytocin is released during moments of physical touch, such as hugging, caressing, or even simply placing a hand on your own body. This hormone plays a crucial role in social bonding and has been shown to reduce the body's stress response by lowering cortisol levels, the hormone associated with stress. As oxytocin increases, it fosters a sense of relaxation and safety, helping to soothe feelings of anxiety or emotional discomfort. This is why a simple touch can feel so calming. It helps to activate the body's relaxation system and reduce the effects of stress. The vagus nerve, a long nerve that runs through the body and is associated with the parasympathetic nervous system, also plays a significant role in the soothing effects of touch. The vagus nerve helps regulate the body's stress response, and when stimulated by touch, it can induce a state of calm. This is why self-compassionate touch can be such a powerful tool in emotional regulation, as it helps shift the body from a state of fight or flight to one of rest and relaxation. Furthermore, research suggests that the sensation of touch, especially when it is gentle and kind, can increase feelings of self-compassion and empathy toward ourselves. Physical touch activates areas of the brain that are linked to emotional processing, including the regions responsible for feelings of love and empathy. By offering ourselves nurturing touch, we send a message to our brain that we are worthy of care, affection, and tenderness. Over time, this can help to reshape our internal dialogue, fostering a healthier and more compassionate relationship with ourselves. In essence, the science of soothing touch demonstrates that physical contact is not just about comfort, it's about healing. By incorporating self-compassionate touch into our daily routines, we can tap into the body's natural ability to promote emotional well-being and reduce stress. Whether through a simple hand on the heart or a self-hug, these gentle gestures can offer profound emotional support, helping us navigate life's challenges with greater resilience and self-compassion. Simple gestures to comfort yourself. Comforting ourselves with simple gestures is a profound yet often overlooked way of nurturing our emotional well-being. These small acts of self-compassion can provide immediate relief during moments of stress, anxiety, or sadness, helping to soothe both the mind and body. The beauty of these gestures lies in their simplicity and accessibility. They don't require special tools or extensive time, yet they can have a significant impact on how we feel. By incorporating self-comforting gestures into our daily routines, we create moments of calm, connection, and care that support our emotional health. One of the simplest and most effective self-comforting gestures is placing a hand on your heart. This gesture has been shown to activate the body's relaxation response, promoting a sense of warmth and security. It serves as a gentle reminder to slow down and offer ourselves the same care and understanding that we would extend to others in times of need. When you place your hand over your heart, take a few deep breaths and repeat comforting words to yourself, such as, "I am safe," or "I am doing the best I can." This physical act combined with affirmations can create a powerful sense of self-compassion and emotional soothing. Another easy but effective gesture is giving yourself a gentle hug. Wrapping your arms around yourself is a simple yet profound way to provide comfort and reassurance, especially during moments of loneliness or distress. A self-hug can help to release tension and activate the body's oxytocin system, promoting feelings of connection and warmth. It's a reminder that even when others may not be physically present, you can offer yourself the care and support you need. Taking a few moments to hold yourself in a self-hug can be incredibly grounding and comforting, providing a quick emotional reset. Breathing exercises are another simple gesture that can soothe and comfort the body and mind. Taking a few slow, deep breaths helps to calm the nervous system and reduces the effects of stress. To enhance the experience, you can pair deep breathing with self-compassionate statements, such as, "It's okay to feel this way," or "I'm here for you." This combination of mindful breathing and self-kindness creates a nurturing space where you can process difficult emotions without judgment. Lastly, Gentle self-massage can offer significant comfort and relaxation, especially in areas of tension like the neck, shoulders, or hands. A few minutes of focused, tender touch can release physical tension and promote a sense of calm. By listening to your body and offering this type of soothing touch, you reinforce the message that you are worthy of care and attention, even in moments of stress. These simple gestures are powerful tools for cultivating self-compassion and emotional well-being. By integrating them into your daily routine, you create a habit of self-care that helps to alleviate stress, promote relaxation, and reinforce the importance of treating yourself with kindness. Chapter 6. Technique 5. Writing yourself a letter. Writing yourself a letter is a deeply personal and transformative practice that allows you to offer yourself kindness, understanding, and encouragement during moments of difficulty. In a world where we often direct compassion and care toward others, it can be easy to overlook our own emotional needs. Writing a letter to yourself provides an opportunity to shift your perspective, express empathy, and connect with yourself in a meaningful and supportive way. This technique helps you cultivate self-compassion by putting your thoughts and feelings into words, offering both emotional release and a sense of validation. The process of writing yourself a letter involves several key elements. First, it's important to approach the task with the intention of offering yourself unconditional care and support. Begin by acknowledging the difficulty or emotional struggle you are facing. Whether it's stress from work, feelings of inadequacy, or a recent setback, take the time to articulate what's weighing on your heart. Writing about your emotions can help to validate your experiences, allowing you to process and understand what you are going through without judgment. Once you've addressed the source of your distress, move into a space of compassion and kindness. Imagine you are writing to a close friend who is struggling. What words of encouragement would you offer them? What would you say to comfort and reassure them? Use this same approach when writing to yourself. Offer gentle, kind words, acknowledging that it's okay to feel upset, frustrated, or uncertain. Remind yourself that you are worthy of care and understanding, and that you are doing your best in challenging circumstances. Another important aspect of this letter is offering yourself hope and encouragement for the future. This can be a reminder of your strengths, resilience, and past successes. Reflect on times when you've overcome obstacles or handled difficult situations with grace. Reassure yourself that you have the ability to move through tough times and that this moment of difficulty is temporary. Writing these affirmations can help shift your mindset from one of despair to one of empowerment. Writing yourself a letter is also an opportunity for self-forgiveness. If you are struggling with feelings of guilt or self-blame, this practice allows you to release those emotions and replace them with acceptance and understanding. Be gentle with yourself and offer the compassion you so readily give to others. Ultimately, writing yourself a letter is an act of self-compassion that creates a space for emotional healing, self-reflection, and personal growth. It is a tool for building resilience, strengthening your emotional connection with yourself, and reinforcing the belief that you are deserving of kindness and care. By regularly engaging in this practice, you can create a habit of self-compassion that nurtures your emotional well-being. The healing power of writing. Writing has long been recognized as a powerful tool for self-expression, emotional processing, and healing. When faced with difficult emotions or challenging life experiences, putting our thoughts and feelings into words can provide a sense of relief and clarity. Writing allows us to externalize what is internalized, transforming overwhelming emotions into manageable thoughts. By engaging in the act of writing, we can connect with our deeper selves, gain perspective on our struggles, and foster a sense of emotional well-being. Whether through journaling, creative writing, or simply writing a letter to ourselves, the healing power of writing offers an accessible and transformative way to process and move through difficult emotions. One of the most therapeutic aspects of writing is its ability to provide emotional release. When we keep our feelings bottled up inside, they can become overwhelming and contribute to stress, anxiety, and even physical tension. Writing gives us an outlet to release those emotions safely, allowing them to be expressed without judgment or fear of rejection. This cathartic process of writing can lighten the emotional load and help us feel more at ease. When we see our thoughts and feelings on paper, they often lose some of their power over us, making it easier to gain perspective and clarity. Writing also provides an opportunity for self-reflection, allowing us to understand our emotions and thought patterns more deeply. When we write, we can examine our reactions to certain situations, identify recurring themes in our emotional responses, and explore the underlying causes of our distress. This level of self-awareness is essential for personal growth and emotional healing, as it enables us to make more intentional choices in how we respond to life's challenges. By writing regularly, we cultivate a practice of mindfulness that helps us stay grounded and connected to our inner experiences. Additionally, writing allows us to reframe our thoughts and feelings, which can have a powerful impact on our emotional state. For example, when writing a letter to ourselves, we can offer words of compassion and encouragement, shifting our mindset from one of self-criticism to self-acceptance. Writing provides us with the space to challenge negative thought patterns and replace them with more supportive and nurturing beliefs. This process of reframing can lead to a greater sense of self-compassion, helping us to respond to ourselves with kindness, even in moments of struggle. Ultimately, the healing power of writing lies in its ability to provide emotional release, promote self-reflection, and support positive reframing. Whether used as a tool for self-compassion, processing grief, or gaining clarity during times of uncertainty, writing can help us navigate the complexities of life with greater resilience and emotional well-being. By incorporating writing into our self-care routines, we create a space for healing, self-discovery, and personal growth. Writing your own compassionate letter. Writing your own compassionate letter is a deeply nurturing and transformative practice that invites you to offer yourself the same kindness, understanding, and encouragement you would offer a close friend in times of difficulty. In moments of emotional distress, self-doubt, or frustration, we often forget that we deserve the same empathy and support that we so readily give to others. By writing a compassionate letter to yourself, you can shift your perspective, soothe your emotions, and remind yourself of your worth and resilience. This practice not only fosters self-compassion, but also strengthens your emotional connection to yourself. To begin, start by acknowledging the specific challenges or struggles you are facing. Write about what has been weighing on your heart, whether it's feelings of inadequacy, sadness, or frustration. Allow yourself to express these emotions freely, without judgment or criticism. This is a space for you to honor your feelings and validate your experiences. By naming your pain or discomfort, you give yourself permission to feel and process those emotions, rather than suppressing them. Once you have articulated the emotions or circumstances you are dealing with, shift your focus toward offering yourself compassion. Imagine you are writing to a dear friend who is experiencing the same challenges. What would you say to comfort and support them? What words would offer reassurance, encouragement, and understanding? Use this perspective as you write to yourself. Offer gentle words of comfort, reminding yourself that it is okay to feel how you are feeling and that you are deserving of care and understanding. Reassure yourself that your feelings are valid and that it's okay to take time to heal and grow. Include words of encouragement and self-empowerment in your letter. Remind yourself of the strength and resilience you have shown in the past, and offer affirmations that you are capable of moving through this difficult time. Acknowledge your efforts, even if the outcome hasn't been as you expected. Let yourself know that progress is not always linear and that you are doing the best you can. This part of the letter should help shift your focus from self-criticism to self-compassion, empowering you to move forward with hope and confidence. Lastly, end your letter with a message of self-acceptance. Reassure yourself that you are enough, just as you are. Remind yourself that perfection is not the goal, but growth, effort, and kindness toward yourself are. Writing this compassionate letter is an act of self-love that not only provides comfort in the moment, but also nurtures your emotional resilience over time. By revisiting and rereading your letter whenever you need it, you reinforce the practice of self-compassion and continue to build a deeper, more loving relationship with yourself. Chapter 7, Technique 6, Setting Healthy Boundaries. Setting healthy boundaries is an essential practice for maintaining emotional well-being and cultivating self-compassion. Boundaries are the limits we establish to protect our physical, emotional, and mental health, ensuring that we honor our needs and respect our personal space. Without boundaries, we may find ourselves overwhelmed, drained, or resentful as we continually give to others without taking the time to care for ourselves. Setting clear, respectful boundaries allows us to prioritize our own well-being, navigate relationships with greater ease, and foster an environment where both we and those around us can thrive. At its core, setting healthy boundaries is about recognizing our own needs and communicating them clearly. This involves understanding what we are willing and able to tolerate in various aspects of our lives, from our work environment to our personal relationships. When we set boundaries, we are not only protecting ourselves from stress and burnout, but we are also teaching others how to treat us with respect and consideration. Boundaries help establish a sense of safety and self-respect, allowing us to engage with others in a way that honors both our needs and theirs. One of the first steps in setting boundaries is identifying where we need them. This requires self-awareness and the ability to listen to our emotions. If we feel drained, stressed, or resentful, it may be a sign that our boundaries are being crossed. Pay attention to your emotional and physical responses to situations. These can offer valuable clues as to where boundaries may be needed. For example, if you feel overwhelmed by constant work demands, it may be time to set clearer boundaries around your work hours. If a friendship is leaving you feeling drained, it may be necessary to establish boundaries around your time and energy. Once you've identified the areas where boundaries are needed, the next step is to communicate those boundaries clearly and assertively. This means being honest about your needs and saying no when necessary. Setting boundaries is not about being rigid or inflexible, but about finding a balance that allows you to protect your well-being while still maintaining healthy, respectful relationships. It's important to communicate boundaries with kindness, but also with firmness, ensuring that you are clear about your limits and needs. Setting healthy boundaries also involves respecting the boundaries of others. Just as we have the right to protect our own well-being, others have the same right. By respecting the boundaries of those around us, we create a mutually supportive environment where everyone can feel heard, valued, and respected. In summary, setting healthy boundaries is a crucial aspect of self-compassion. It allows us to protect our emotional health, respect our needs, and engage in relationships in a way that is both nurturing and balanced. By understanding where we need boundaries, communicating them clearly, and respecting the boundaries of others, we create a foundation of care and respect that supports our well-being and fosters healthier, more fulfilling interactions. The importance of saying no. Saying no is one of the most powerful tools for maintaining our emotional well-being and practicing self-compassion. In a world that often values productivity, obligation, and people-pleasing, learning to say no can feel challenging or even guilt-inducing. However, saying no is essential for protecting our time, energy, and mental health. It allows us to establish healthy boundaries, prioritize our needs, and create space for self-care and personal growth. While saying yes to others is important in fostering connections and relationships, saying no is equally vital in ensuring that we are not overextending ourselves or compromising our own well-being. One of the main reasons saying no is so crucial is that it enables us to preserve our energy and focus on what truly matters. When we constantly say yes to requests, we risk becoming overwhelmed and exhausted, whether it's taking on extra work, committing to social obligations, or agreeing to help others when we're already stretched thin. Saying yes without considering our own needs can lead to burnout. By saying no, we create space for the activities and people that align with our values and goals, ensuring that our energy is directed toward what is most important to us. Learning to say no also involves recognizing that we cannot please everyone, and that it is okay to prioritize our own needs over the expectations of others. People may sometimes feel disappointed or frustrated when we say no, but it is important to remember that this is their experience, not ours. We are not responsible for managing others' emotions or fulfilling their demands at the expense of our own well-being. Saying no is an act of self-respect. It affirms that we value our time, energy, and emotional health enough to protect them. Another key aspect of saying no is that it allows us to be more intentional with our choices. When we say no to something that doesn't serve us or align with our values, we are saying yes to something that does. This intentionality helps us focus on what truly brings us joy, fulfillment, and peace. It also fosters a sense of empowerment as we regain control over our time and decisions, rather than feeling reactive or overwhelmed by the demands of others. Saying no is not always easy, especially when we fear disappointing others or facing conflict. However, with practice, it becomes a valuable tool for self-compassion and emotional resilience. It is a reminder that we are worthy of taking up space, protecting our time, and prioritizing our needs. By learning to say no, we create a life that is more aligned with our true desires and values, fostering greater balance, peace, and self-care. How boundaries foster compassionate relationships. Boundaries play a fundamental role in fostering compassionate relationships, both with ourselves and others. While they may initially seem like a way to create distance or separation, healthy boundaries actually create the foundation for trust, respect, and empathy in relationships. By defining what we are willing to accept and what we need in terms of time, energy, and emotional space, we set the stage for deeper, more meaningful connections. Boundaries help protect our well-being while allowing us to engage with others in a way that is nurturing, respectful, and considerate. One of the key ways boundaries foster compassionate relationships is by promoting mutual respect. When we set clear boundaries, we are communicating our needs and limits in a direct and respectful manner. This openness encourages others to respect those limits, knowing that we value our own needs and well-being. In turn, when others establish their own boundaries, it signals that they also value and respect themselves. Boundaries create an environment where both parties feel safe, heard, and understood, which is essential for healthy and compassionate interactions. Boundaries also prevent the buildup of resentment in relationships. Without boundaries, we may find ourselves saying yes to others out of a sense of obligation, fear of rejection, or a desire to please. While this may temporarily satisfy the other person, it often leads to feelings of frustration, burnout, and resentment over time. Setting boundaries allows us to be honest about what we can and cannot give, which helps avoid overcommitting or feeling overwhelmed. By saying no when necessary, we prevent the negative emotions that arise from unmet needs, which ultimately strengthens the relationship. In addition, boundaries allow for emotional intimacy in relationships. When we are clear about our emotional limits and expectations, we create a space where we can be vulnerable with others. This vulnerability is the foundation of emotional connection and intimacy, as it encourages open communication and understanding. Healthy boundaries ensure that we do not sacrifice our emotional well-being in the name of maintaining relationships, but instead create a balanced dynamic where both individuals feel safe to express themselves without fear of judgment or exploitation. Finally, boundaries encourage self-compassion by teaching us to prioritize our own needs without guilt or shame. When we establish and honor boundaries, we are reinforcing the idea that our well-being is just as important as anyone else's. This self-respect enables us to approach relationships with a sense of security and confidence, knowing that we are worthy of care and consideration. By respecting both our own boundaries and the boundaries of others, we foster an atmosphere of compassion, kindness, and understanding that nourishes all relationships. In essence, boundaries are not barriers to connection, but bridges to healthier, more compassionate relationships. They allow us to engage with others in a way that honors both our needs and theirs, creating an environment of mutual respect emotional safety, and care. Through boundaries, we build relationships that are grounded in compassion, where both parties feel valued, heard, and supported. Chapter 8, Technique 7, Cultivating Gratitude for Yourself. Cultivating gratitude for yourself is a transformative practice that fosters self-compassion and enhances overall well-being. While we are often encouraged to express gratitude for others or for external circumstances, it's equally important to recognize and appreciate our own efforts, qualities, and achievements. By cultivating gratitude for ourselves, we shift our focus from self-criticism to self-celebration, acknowledging our inherent worth and the positive contributions we make to the world. This practice not only strengthens our self-esteem, but also deepens our connection with ourselves, reinforcing the belief that we are deserving of kindness and care. One of the first steps in cultivating gratitude for yourself is to regularly acknowledge your strengths and achievements, both big and small. Many of us are quick to focus on our perceived shortcomings or areas of improvement, overlooking the countless ways in which we show up for ourselves and others. Taking time to reflect on your accomplishments and the qualities that make you unique helps you build a more balanced and positive self-image. For instance, you might acknowledge your ability to persevere through challenges, your kindness toward others, or your commitment to personal growth. These reflections serve as reminders of your worth and the positive impact you have on the world around you. Another important aspect of self-gratitude is recognizing the small, everyday actions that contribute to your well-being. From taking time to rest, to nourishing your body with healthy food, to offering yourself moments of relaxation, these seemingly insignificant acts of care are deserving of recognition. Cultivating gratitude for the simple ways in which you nurture yourself reinforces the message that you are worthy of self-care and that your well-being matters. When you take the time to celebrate these actions, you build a sense of appreciation for your efforts, encouraging you to continue prioritizing your health and happiness. In addition to acknowledging your strengths and self-care practices, cultivating gratitude for yourself involves accepting and embracing your imperfections. Self-compassion is rooted in the ability to be gentle with ourselves, even when we fall short of our expectations. Instead of focusing on what you perceive as flaws or mistakes, practice gratitude for the person you are in the present moment, imperfections and all. By embracing your whole self, both the strengths and the challenges, you create space for self-acceptance and growth. Practicing gratitude for yourself also involves reframing negative self-talk and shifting your inner dialogue to one of kindness and appreciation. Instead of criticizing yourself for not being perfect or for making mistakes, recognize the effort you've put into everything you do. By doing so, you honor your humanity and allow yourself to be imperfect without judgment. Ultimately, cultivating gratitude for yourself is a powerful tool for nurturing self-compassion and emotional resilience. It reminds you of your worth, encourages self-acceptance, and fosters a deeper connection with yourself. By regularly practicing gratitude for who you are and what you do, you create a foundation of kindness and appreciation that supports your overall well-being and enhances your ability to navigate life's challenges with grace and positivity. The link between gratitude and self-love. Gratitude and self-love are deeply interconnected, each reinforcing and enhancing the other. While gratitude involves acknowledging the positive aspects of life, whether big or small, self-love is the practice of treating oneself with kindness, respect, and acceptance. When we cultivate gratitude for ourselves and our lives, we create a stronger foundation for self-love, fostering a mindset that appreciates who we are and what we bring to the world. In turn, the more we practice self-love, the more we are able to experience and express gratitude, creating a cycle of positivity and emotional resilience that supports our well-being. The link between gratitude and self-love begins with the practice of acknowledging our own worth. Gratitude for ourselves involves recognizing and appreciating our unique qualities, strengths, and efforts. It's easy to focus on what we lack or what we wish we could improve, but gratitude invites us to shift our focus to what is already good within us. This acknowledgement of our inherent value is the cornerstone of self-love. When we recognize the positive aspects of who we are, we affirm that we are deserving of love, care, and kindness, both from others and ourselves. This process of self-acknowledgement helps us build a more positive self-image, which is essential for cultivating deep, lasting self-love. Additionally, gratitude helps us practice self-love by encouraging us to honor our own needs. When we express gratitude for the things we do to care for ourselves, whether it's taking time to rest, eating nourishing food, or setting healthy boundaries, we reinforce the belief that we deserve to be cared for. This recognition of our needs as valid and worthy of attention is an essential aspect of self-love. Gratitude for these acts of self-care supports our well-being and encourages us to continue prioritizing ourselves, reinforcing the importance of self-compassion and nurturing. Another way gratitude fosters self-love is by helping us reframe negative self-talk and replace it with a more loving internal dialogue. Often we are our harshest critics, focusing on perceived flaws or mistakes. Gratitude encourages us to shift our mindset and focus on the positive. By practicing gratitude for our achievements, resilience, and the small victories we experience each day, we develop a sense of self-appreciation. This shift in perspective allows us to view ourselves with kindness rather than judgment, which is a crucial element of self-love. In essence, the relationship between gratitude and self-love is symbiotic. Practicing gratitude for ourselves and our lives strengthens our ability to love ourselves, while self-love deepens our capacity for gratitude. Together, they create a positive feedback loop that nourishes our emotional health, helping us cultivate a more compassionate, resilient, and fulfilling relationship with ourselves. By integrating gratitude into our daily lives, we build a solid foundation for self-love, supporting our journey toward greater self-acceptance and well-being. Daily practices to build self-gratitude. Building self-gratitude is an intentional practice that nurtures a positive relationship with yourself. It encourages a mindset of appreciation for who you are, the things you do, and the person you are becoming. Incorporating daily practices to foster self-gratitude can help shift your focus away from self-criticism and toward a more loving and accepting view of yourself. These practices can enhance your emotional well-being, increase your resilience, and cultivate a sense of fulfillment as you learn to recognize and honor your worth each day. One simple daily practice to build self-gratitude is starting each morning by acknowledging something you appreciate about yourself. It could be as simple as recognizing your ability to show up for others, your kindness, your creativity, or your perseverance in difficult situations. By starting your day with positive self-acknowledgement, you set a tone of appreciation that carries with you throughout the day. This simple act helps you begin each day with a mindset of gratitude for who you are, rather than focusing on what you feel you lack. Another practice is keeping a gratitude journal specifically for self-appreciation. Each evening, take a few moments to reflect on the day and write down at least 3 things you are grateful for about yourself. These could be accomplishments, qualities, or acts of self-care. By focusing on the positive aspects of yourself, you begin to train your mind to notice and appreciate the good within you. Over time, this practice helps shift your internal dialogue from self-criticism to self-acknowledgement, reinforcing the belief that you are worthy of gratitude and care. Engaging in self-care activities is also an important way to build self-gratitude. When you prioritize your physical, emotional, and mental well-being, you are sending a message to yourself that you value and care for yourself. Whether it's taking time for a walk, practicing meditation, enjoying a hobby, or simply resting, engaging in self-care is a powerful reminder that you deserve love and care. These acts of nurturing become expressions of self-gratitude as they reflect your commitment to honoring your needs and valuing your well-being. In addition, practice self-compassion when you encounter challenges or make mistakes. Rather than beating yourself up for perceived shortcomings, offer yourself the same kindness and understanding you would offer a friend in a similar situation. Acknowledging your humanity and embracing imperfection is a profound way to build self-gratitude. By treating yourself with care and acceptance, Even in moments of struggle, you cultivate a sense of gratitude for your resilience and capacity to learn and grow. Finally, affirming your worth through positive self-talk is a powerful daily practice. When negative thoughts arise, consciously reframe them with affirmations of self-worth. For example, replace "I'm not good enough" with "I am enough as I am." By consistently speaking to yourself with love and appreciation, you reinforce the belief that you are deserving of gratitude and kindness. Incorporating these daily practices into your routine helps create a foundation of self-gratitude that supports a positive self-relationship and emotional resilience. Over time, these practices shift your perspective, allowing you to appreciate yourself more fully and experience greater fulfillment in your life. Chapter 9, Technique 8, Practicing Forgiveness. Practicing forgiveness is a powerful technique that allows us to release emotional pain, cultivate compassion, and foster inner peace. Forgiveness is often misunderstood as condoning or excusing harmful behavior, but in the context of self-compassion, it is about freeing ourselves from the negative emotional burdens that can weigh us down. Whether it's forgiving ourselves for past mistakes or forgiving others for their actions, this process is not about justifying wrongdoing, but rather letting go of resentment and the emotional wounds that keep us tied to the past. Through forgiveness, we reclaim our emotional well-being, allowing ourselves to heal and move forward with greater ease and compassion. Self-forgiveness, in particular, is a crucial aspect of practicing forgiveness. Many of us carry guilt or shame over things we have done or failed to do, and these feelings can prevent us from fully embracing self-compassion. Forgiving ourselves is not about ignoring our mistakes or pretending they didn't happen. Rather, it's about acknowledging our imperfections, learning from the experience, and giving ourselves permission to move on. When we hold on to self-blame, we remain stuck in a cycle of negative self-judgment, which only hinders our emotional growth. Practicing self-forgiveness is an act of self-love. It allows us to release the burden of past errors and to recognize that we are worthy of healing and peace. In addition to self-forgiveness, forgiving others is equally important for cultivating a compassionate mindset. Holding on to anger, resentment, or grudges against others can keep us emotionally trapped in the past, preventing us from experiencing emotional freedom. Forgiveness doesn't mean that we forget the hurt or that we condone the actions that caused it. Instead, it is an act of releasing the emotional grip those actions have on us. When we forgive others, we allow ourselves to let go of the negative energy associated with the hurt and create space for healing and growth. Forgiveness opens the door to emotional liberation, allowing us to move forward without being weighed down by past wrongs. The process of forgiveness is deeply personal and may take time, especially when the wounds are deep. It is not something that can be forced or rushed, but rather something that evolves through patience and self-compassion. To begin practicing forgiveness, it is helpful to acknowledge the hurt and the emotions associated with it. Allow yourself to feel the pain and then consciously choose to release it. It's important to remind yourself that forgiveness is for your own benefit. It is a way to free yourself from the chains of anger, resentment, or guilt that may be holding you back. In essence, practicing forgiveness is a transformative act of self-compassion. It allows us to release emotional burdens, heal from past wounds, and move forward with a greater sense of peace and clarity. Through forgiveness, we cultivate the capacity to be kinder to ourselves and others, creating space for emotional healing and fostering deeper, more compassionate connections. Letting go of self-blame. Letting go of self-blame is an essential practice for cultivating self-compassion and emotional well-being. Many of us carry a tendency to blame ourselves when things go wrong, even when the circumstances are beyond our control or the mistakes are part of being human. Self-blame can manifest in various forms: guilt, shame, regret, and it often leaves us feeling stuck in a cycle of negative self-judgment. This pattern of thinking not only harms our mental health, but also prevents us from learning, growing, and moving forward with our lives. By learning to let go of self-blame, we create space for healing, personal growth, and greater self-acceptance. Self-blame often arises from a belief that we should have done something differently or that we are responsible for negative outcomes. This belief can be especially strong when we face challenges or make mistakes, leading us to internalize the idea that we are flawed or unworthy. However, it is important to recognize that no one is perfect. Mistakes and setbacks are part of life, and they offer opportunities for learning and growth. When we engage in self-blame, we reinforce a narrative that we are defined by our mistakes rather than by our potential for growth. This kind of thinking not only stifles our personal development, but also makes it harder to forgive ourselves and embrace our imperfections. Letting go of self-blame involves shifting from a mindset of fault to one of understanding. It's about acknowledging that mistakes are a natural part of being human and that they do not define our worth. Instead of fixating on what went wrong, we can ask ourselves what lessons we can learn from the experience and how we can use it to move forward in a healthier way. This reframing process encourages self-compassion by reminding us that our value is not contingent on our successes or failures, but on our ability to grow, adapt, and care for ourselves. Another important step in letting go of self-blame is recognizing the external factors that may have contributed to the situation. Life is complex, and there are often multiple influences at play that are beyond our control. By acknowledging these external factors, we can release the burden of taking on responsibility for everything that went wrong. This recognition doesn't mean excusing harmful behavior or neglecting personal responsibility, but rather understanding that we are not solely to blame for every negative outcome. Finally, it's important to practice self-compassion when we feel tempted to blame ourselves. Instead of criticizing ourselves for mistakes, we can treat ourselves with the same kindness, understanding, and care that we would offer to a friend in a similar situation. Remind yourself that you are worthy of compassion, regardless of the mistakes you may have made. By shifting the focus from self-blame to self-compassion, we create an environment of healing and growth. Letting go of self-blame is a process that takes time and practice, but it is one of the most powerful ways to nurture self-compassion. By releasing the grip of guilt and shame, we open ourselves up to emotional healing, growth, and the freedom to move forward with greater acceptance and understanding. In doing so, we create a healthier, more compassionate relationship with ourselves and the world around us. The role of forgiveness in healing. Forgiveness plays a crucial role in the process of emotional healing, offering a path to release pain, resentment, and hurt that can weigh us down. Whether we are forgiving others or ourselves, forgiveness is an act of profound self-compassion. It allows us to free ourselves from the emotional burden of grudges, guilt, and anger, creating space for peace and emotional renewal. By forgiving, we open ourselves to healing, growth, and a deeper sense of connection with ourselves and others. At the heart of forgiveness is the willingness to let go of the negative emotions that stem from hurt or wrongdoing. Holding on to anger, resentment, or blame often keeps us trapped in the past, preventing us from moving forward. These emotions can take a toll on our mental, emotional, and even physical health, contributing to stress, anxiety, and depression. By practicing forgiveness, we release these heavy emotions, allowing ourselves to experience emotional freedom and greater peace of mind. Forgiveness doesn't erase the hurt or excuse the actions that caused it, but it offers us the opportunity to move forward without being weighed down by the past. One of the most important aspects of forgiveness and healing is self-forgiveness. Many of us struggle to forgive ourselves for past mistakes, holding on to guilt and regret as a way of punishing ourselves for perceived wrongdoings. However, self-forgiveness is essential for emotional recovery. Without it, we remain trapped in self-judgment, unable to fully heal and grow. Self-forgiveness involves acknowledging our imperfections, accepting responsibility where necessary, and allowing ourselves to learn from the experience rather than wallowing in guilt. By forgiving ourselves, we create space for self-compassion, self-acceptance, and the ability to move forward with a greater sense of peace. Forgiveness also plays a vital role in our relationships with others. When we hold on to grudges or refuse to forgive those who have hurt us, we create emotional distance and disconnection. Forgiveness in relationships doesn't necessarily mean that we condone harmful behavior, but it allows us to release the emotional hold that the hurt has over us. It helps repair the emotional bond, enabling us to rebuild trust and understanding. Forgiveness creates the opportunity for deeper empathy, where both parties can recognize their shared humanity and work toward healing together. The role of forgiveness in healing is not about forgetting the pain or excusing the behavior that caused it, but about liberating ourselves from the emotional chains that bind us to the past. It is a conscious decision to prioritize emotional well-being over the desire for retribution. Through forgiveness, we reclaim our emotional power and allow ourselves to heal, grow, and move forward with greater emotional resilience. It's an act of self-love and compassion that supports our journey toward peace, understanding, and wholeness. Chapter 10, Technique 9, Self-Compassionate Meditation. Self-compassionate meditation is a powerful practice that allows us to cultivate kindness, empathy, and understanding toward ourselves. It is a practice that blends mindfulness and compassion, guiding us to embrace our humanity with warmth and acceptance. In a world where self-criticism is often the default, self-compassionate meditation provides a safe and nurturing space to shift away from judgment and towards self-kindness. By incorporating this practice into our daily lives, we can begin to dissolve negative thought patterns, reduce stress, and enhance our emotional well-being. At its core, self-compassionate meditation involves focusing on being present in the moment while offering ourselves compassion and care. The practice typically begins with calming the mind and body, settling into a comfortable position, and paying attention to our breath. As we breathe deeply, we allow ourselves to become aware of the sensations in our body, the thoughts in our mind, and the emotions we are experiencing. Rather than trying to suppress or change these experiences, we simply acknowledge them with a sense of acceptance and non-judgment. One of the key components of self-compassionate meditation is the practice of silently repeating phrases of kindness to ourselves. These phrases are designed to evoke feelings of love, care, and warmth, and can be tailored to our unique needs. Common phrases might include, "May I be kind to myself," "May I be free from suffering," or "May I be at peace." By repeating these phrases, we begin to rewire our neural pathways to respond to ourselves with more compassion rather than criticism. Over time, this practice fosters a more nurturing internal dialogue, helping us to view ourselves through a lens of acceptance and love. Self-compassionate meditation is also an effective way to address difficult emotions. When we experience pain, sadness, or frustration, it's easy to fall into a pattern of self-blame or criticism. However, through meditation, we learn to approach these emotions with mindfulness and compassion. Instead of pushing them away or judging ourselves for having them, we allow ourselves to feel and experience them fully. By offering ourselves compassion in these moments, we create space for emotional healing and growth. The benefits of self-compassionate meditation extend beyond the meditation session itself. As we practice offering ourselves kindness and understanding in a meditative state, we start to integrate these qualities into our daily lives. We become more patient and gentle with ourselves in moments of struggle, and we learn to respond to our own needs with care and empathy. Ultimately, self-compassionate meditation not only reduces stress and increases emotional resilience, but also fosters a deeper sense of self-acceptance and love. Incorporating self-compassionate meditation into your daily routine can lead to profound shifts in your emotional health. It is a practice that allows you to embrace yourself with kindness, acknowledge your imperfections, and create a peaceful, loving relationship with yourself. Through regular meditation, you can develop a deeper connection with your inner self, empowering you to face life's challenges with greater compassion and resilience. Exploring the power of meditation. Meditation is a transformative practice that has been used for centuries to promote mental, emotional, and physical well-being. It offers a wide range of benefits, from reducing stress and anxiety to enhancing focus and improving emotional regulation. The power of meditation lies in its ability to bring us into the present moment, allowing us to step away from the noise and distractions of daily life and reconnect with ourselves. Through regular practice, meditation helps us cultivate mindfulness, emotional awareness, and a deeper sense of inner peace, fostering a more balanced and fulfilling life. At its core, meditation is a practice of focused attention. It encourages us to bring our awareness to a specific point of focus, such as the breath, a mantra, or bodily sensations, and gently guide our attention back whenever our mind begins to wander. This process of returning to the present moment helps train our minds to be less reactive and more mindful. Rather than getting caught up in the swirl of thoughts and emotions, meditation helps us create a sense of space between ourselves and our internal experiences, allowing us to respond with greater clarity and equanimity. The power of meditation lies in its ability to foster mindfulness, a state of non-judgmental awareness of the present moment. When we practice mindfulness, we become more attuned to our thoughts, feelings, and bodily sensations without being swept away by them. This awareness enables us to observe our experiences with compassion and understanding, rather than reacting impulsively or critically. Over time, mindfulness can lead to a greater sense of self-acceptance, as we learn to embrace our thoughts and emotions without judgment. Meditation also plays a vital role in cultivating emotional resilience. By creating a space of stillness and calm, meditation allows us to process difficult emotions in a healthy way. Rather than suppressing or avoiding uncomfortable feelings, meditation encourages us to sit with them and explore them with compassion. This process of emotional exploration helps us develop a deeper understanding of our inner world, allowing us to respond to challenges with more patience, kindness, and clarity. Furthermore, research has shown that meditation has numerous physical health benefits, including reduced stress, lower blood pressure, and improved immune function. The relaxation response triggered by meditation helps activate the body's parasympathetic nervous system, which counteracts the stress response and promotes a state of calm and balance. Ultimately, the power of meditation lies in its ability to help us cultivate a deeper connection with ourselves. It offers a pathway to greater self-awareness, emotional regulation, and inner peace. Through regular practice, we can develop the tools to navigate life's challenges with more resilience, compassion, and mindfulness, creating a greater sense of well-being and balance in our lives. Guided meditation for cultivating compassion. A guided meditation for cultivating compassion is a powerful tool to help foster kindness, understanding, and empathy, both toward ourselves and others. By following a step-by-step meditation, we can access deeper levels of emotional healing and develop a more compassionate mindset. Compassionate meditation encourages us to connect with our inner sense of care and tenderness, which can lead to a profound transformation in the way we relate to ourselves and the world around us. To begin, find a quiet and comfortable place where you won't be disturbed. Sit with your back straight, allowing your body to relax but remain alert. Close your eyes gently and take a few deep breaths, inhaling slowly through the nose and exhaling through the mouth. Let your breath anchor you in the present moment, allowing any tension or stress to dissipate with each exhale. Begin to soften your body, releasing any tightness in your shoulders, face, or hands, and allow yourself to settle into a calm and peaceful state. Once you feel grounded and present, bring your attention to your heart center. Imagine a warm, gentle light radiating from your heart, glowing with compassion and love. With each breath, allow this light to grow brighter and expand, filling your chest with warmth and kindness. As you breathe, silently repeat a phrase to yourself such as, "May I be kind to myself," or "May I be at peace." Let these words resonate deeply within you, embracing yourself with the compassion you wish to cultivate. Now, extend this compassionate energy outward. Picture someone you care about, someone who may be struggling, in pain, or experiencing difficulty. Visualize them surrounded by the same warm, but compassionate light that you've created within yourself. As you breathe in, imagine inhaling their pain or suffering, and as you breathe out, send them healing energy and love. Repeat a phrase for them such as, "May you be happy," or "May you be free from suffering." Allow these words to flow with your breath, sending them the same compassion and care you've directed toward yourself. Finally, extend this compassion to all beings. Imagine the light of compassion expanding further, reaching out to all people, animals, and even the planet itself. Feel your heart opening with love and kindness for the world. Breathe in compassion and breathe out peace and healing to all living things. As the meditation comes to a close, take a few deep breaths and gently bring your awareness back to your body. Notice any shifts in your emotional or physical state. Slowly open your eyes, carrying with you the sense of compassion that you've cultivated, ready to share it with the world. Guided meditation for cultivating compassion not only enhances our ability to care for others, but also nurtures our relationship with ourselves. By regularly practicing this meditation, we can deepen our emotional resilience, improve our well-being, and foster a compassionate attitude toward life's challenges. Conclusion. Making self-compassion a habit. Incorporating self-compassion into our daily lives is not a one-time practice, but rather a lifelong journey of nurturing kindness, patience, and understanding toward ourselves. The techniques explored throughout this book, from mindful awareness to self-forgiveness, offer valuable tools to help us embrace our imperfections, heal emotional wounds, and develop a more compassionate mindset. However, the true power of these techniques lies in making self-compassion a regular and consistent habit. The key to making self-compassion a habit is repetition and intention. Like any new habit, cultivating self-compassion requires time and commitment. The more we consciously choose to practice self-kindness in our thoughts, words, and actions, the more natural it becomes to respond to ourselves with compassion, especially in moments of difficulty or self-doubt. Whether it's through mindful breathing, practicing self-forgiveness, or engaging in self-compassionate meditation, these tools can become a part of our daily routine, gradually shifting our mindset toward greater self-love and acceptance. It's also important to remember that making self-compassion a habit is not about achieving perfection. We will all have moments when we slip into old patterns of self-criticism or judgment. However, the goal is not to avoid these moments, but to approach them with the same kindness and understanding we would offer to a friend. When we fall short or make mistakes, instead of punishing ourselves, we can simply acknowledge the experience, learn from it, and offer ourselves the compassion we need to move forward. This process of gentle self-correction allows us to continue growing while maintaining a nurturing and supportive relationship with ourselves. Another essential aspect of making self-compassion a habit is being patient with ourselves. It's easy to become frustrated or discouraged when change doesn't happen overnight, but transformation takes time. The practice of self-compassion involves accepting where we are in the present moment and being gentle with ourselves as we work toward growth. With patience and persistence, we begin to build a foundation of self-love that can carry us through life's challenges with greater resilience and peace. Ultimately, making self-compassion a habit is about creating a life that is centered around kindness, understanding, and emotional well-being. By weaving self-compassion into the fabric of our daily existence, we can begin to experience a profound shift in how we relate to ourselves and others. The more we practice, the more natural it becomes to approach life with an open heart, fostering a deeper sense of connection, fulfillment, and joy. Through consistency, patience, and intention, self-compassion becomes not just a practice, but a way of living. Tips for maintaining consistent self-compassion. In today's fast-paced and demanding world, self-compassion often takes a backseat to external pressures and expectations. Yet, nurturing self-compassion is essential for mental well-being and long-term personal growth. Here are some practical strategies to help you cultivate and maintain consistent self-compassion in your daily life. First, acknowledge your humanity. Everyone makes mistakes, faces challenges, and experiences setbacks. Instead of berating yourself for imperfections, remind yourself that these are universal aspects of being human. Treating yourself with the same kindness you would offer a close friend in similar circumstances can help you navigate difficulties with greater resilience. Developing mindfulness is another cornerstone of self-compassion. Mindfulness involves observing your thoughts and emotions without judgment. When you're mindful, you become more aware of self-critical tendencies and can interrupt negative thought patterns before they spiral. Practices like meditation, deep breathing, or journaling can help you stay grounded and foster a more compassionate inner dialogue. Setting realistic expectations is equally important. Often, we're our own harshest critics, expecting perfection in areas where good effort is enough. Take time to evaluate your goals and ensure they align with your current capacity and circumstances. Being kind to yourself doesn't mean avoiding challenges. It means honoring your limits while striving for improvement. It's also vital to embrace self-care as a non-negotiable part of your routine. Proper sleep, balanced nutrition, and regular physical activity contribute to emotional stability and make it easier to practice self-compassion. Self-care extends beyond physical health. Engage in activities that bring joy, relaxation, and fulfillment, whether that's reading, painting, or spending time with loved ones. Lastly, practice gratitude and focus on your strengths. When self-doubt creeps in, it's helpful to shift your perspective by listing things you're grateful for and acknowledging your achievements, no matter how small. This positive reinforcement helps balance moments of self-criticism with appreciation for your efforts and growth. Building consistent self-compassion requires time and patience, but the benefits are transformative. By embracing your humanity, practicing mindfulness, setting realistic expectations, prioritizing self-care, and fostering gratitude, you create a supportive foundation for personal well-being. Remember, being kind to yourself is not self-indulgent. It's a powerful step toward living a healthier, more balanced life. Embracing your journey of growth. Life is a continuous process of growth, filled with experiences that shape who we are and who we aspire to become. Embracing your journey of growth means acknowledging the challenges, celebrating the victories, and appreciating the lessons that come along the way. It's not about achieving perfection, but about fostering progress and resilience. To begin, it's essential to accept that growth is not linear. There will be ups and downs, moments of clarity, and times of uncertainty. Each step, whether forward or backward, contributes to the bigger picture of your personal evolution. Instead of being discouraged by setbacks, view them as opportunities to learn and adapt. Every challenge you overcome adds to your strength and wisdom, making you better equipped to handle the next obstacle. Self-awareness plays a critical role in this process. Taking time to reflect on your values, goals, and behaviors allows you to identify areas for improvement and recognize the progress you've already made. This awareness can help you stay aligned with your true self, ensuring that your growth is authentic and meaningful. Equally important is the practice of self-compassion. Growth requires effort, and it's natural to encounter difficulties or moments of self-doubt along the way. Instead of criticizing yourself for perceived shortcomings, practice kindness and understanding. Remember that everyone's journey is unique, and comparing your progress to others can diminish the joy of your own accomplishments. Embracing growth also means stepping out of your comfort zone. Growth often requires taking risks, trying new things, and facing fears head-on. While it can be uncomfortable, this willingness to venture into the unknown is where transformation truly begins. Celebrate even the smallest victories, as each step forward is a testament to your courage and determination. Lastly, cultivate a mindset of gratitude and patience. Growth takes time, and appreciating the journey rather than fixating solely on the destination can make the process more fulfilling. Recognize the people, experiences, and resources that support your progress, and express gratitude for the opportunities to learn and evolve. Your journey of growth is a deeply personal and empowering adventure. By embracing its complexities with patience, self-awareness, and compassion, you can transform challenges into stepping stones and create a life that reflects your true potential. The Joy Journey: How to Find Happiness in Every Step, written by Anna Bridges, narrated by Janice Peckers. Introduction: Embracing the Path to Joy. Life is a journey, And along this journey, we often find ourselves searching for something that will bring us lasting contentment, happiness. Yet happiness is not a destination to be reached, but a path to be walked. In a world that constantly demands more from us, it can be easy to overlook the power of small, intentional steps toward joy. We get caught up in the chase for success, the pursuit of external validation, or the quest to fix what we perceive as wrong in our lives. However, true happiness lies not in the perfect outcome, but in how we approach the journey itself. The idea of joy often seems elusive, something that is dependent on circumstances or fleeting moments. But what if we could choose joy, not just as a reaction to life's happenings, but as a conscious decision we make each day? What if every step along the way, regardless of the situation or challenge, could be an opportunity to cultivate happiness? This book is about discovering that joy is not just something you find, but something you create as you go. To begin this journey, we must first understand that happiness is not a one-size-fits-all experience. It is deeply personal and uniquely tailored to each individual. What brings one person joy may not bring the same to another, and that is okay. The key is to explore and identify what brings you happiness, and to start recognizing that those moments of joy are within your reach, no matter your circumstances. It requires slowing down, tuning in to your thoughts and emotions, and learning how to prioritize joy over the distractions that often pull us away from it. As we walk this path together, you will learn that finding joy doesn't always mean avoiding struggle or discomfort. In fact, it's through overcoming challenges and reframing how we view life's difficulties that we often find the greatest sources of happiness. By embracing the full spectrum of human experience, from moments of calm to times of adversity, we begin to see that joy is not just about the peaks, but also about how we navigate the valleys. Throughout this book, you will discover practical tools, insightful perspectives, and empowering practices that will guide you in finding happiness in every step. The journey may not always be easy, but it will be worth it. Let us begin together by choosing joy, not as a distant goal, but as a companion along every step of our journey. Understanding the journey ahead. The path to joy is not always clear, and it often requires a willingness to step into the unknown. In a world that constantly pushes us toward immediate gratification and external validation, the idea of pursuing joy may feel counterintuitive. We are often conditioned to think of happiness as something that will come later, after we achieve a certain goal, reach a milestone, or attain a specific status. However, true happiness is not dependent on external circumstances or future outcomes. It exists in the present moment, and it's a journey that unfolds with every step we take. As you embark on this journey, it's important to recognize that the road ahead will be unique to you. There is no single path to happiness that works for everyone, and the journey is far more about self-exploration than following a set of instructions. Your personal journey toward joy will be shaped by your own experiences, values, and desires. It will also be influenced by how you choose to approach life's challenges and how open you are to discovering the beauty in each moment. Throughout this book, you will explore the tools and techniques that can guide you on your path to joy. However, it's essential to understand that these tools are not a one-time fix or a quick route to happiness. They are practices, habits, and mindsets that require ongoing attention and commitment. The goal is not to achieve an endpoint, but to embrace the process of cultivating happiness on a daily basis. Each moment is an opportunity to choose joy, and this choice is available to you no matter where you are in life. The journey to joy also involves learning to navigate life's inevitable challenges. We are all faced with difficulties, whether they be personal, professional, or relational, but these struggles need not rob us of our happiness. In fact, they can often serve as catalysts for growth and deeper understanding. By learning to view challenges as opportunities to grow, rather than obstacles to happiness, you will begin to see that joy is not about avoiding hardship, but about how you face it. As you move forward, remember that the journey itself is as important as the destination. Finding joy is not about seeking perfection or a life free from difficulties, but about finding peace and fulfillment in the process of becoming. Every step you take, no matter how small, brings you closer to a deeper, more enduring sense of happiness. Embrace the journey ahead, knowing that it is in each step and the intention behind them that true joy is found. Why happiness is a choice. Happiness is often seen as something that happens to us, a fleeting emotion triggered by external circumstances or events. We may think that if only we had more money, a better job, or a perfect relationship, happiness would naturally follow. Yet the truth is that happiness is not something that is handed to us by life's conditions. It is a choice, one we can make in every moment, regardless of what is happening around us. At the core of this idea is the understanding that happiness is not merely a reaction to circumstances, but a conscious decision to embrace life's experiences with a positive mindset. When we shift our perspective and recognize that we have the power to choose how we respond to the world, we also discover that joy is within our control. It's not about waiting for happiness to find us, but actively seeking it, even in the most ordinary moments. Choosing happiness begins with mindset. It's about making the choice to focus on what is working in your life rather than what is lacking. In any given situation, we always have the option to choose how we perceive it. This is not about ignoring pain or pretending that everything is perfect, but rather about finding the lessons, growth, and beauty within each experience. Even in the midst of difficulty, we can choose to see the potential for personal growth, for learning, and for cultivating resilience. Happiness is also a practice. Like any other skill, it requires time, patience, and effort. We can actively choose joy by developing habits that promote well-being, such as gratitude, mindfulness, and kindness. These practices help us stay grounded and focused on what matters most, rather than being swept away by the distractions or stressors of daily life. Over time, these choices compound, and happiness becomes more of a natural part of who we are. Another key element of choosing happiness is recognizing that we are not victims of our circumstances. Life is full of uncertainties and challenges, but by choosing how we respond to them, we reclaim our power. We can decide whether to let life's challenges define us or to rise above them with a sense of purpose and hope. Choosing happiness is about taking responsibility for our own emotional well-being, knowing that we have the power to create a fulfilling life, no matter what comes our way. In essence, happiness is not a destination, but a journey that begins with the simple yet powerful choice to seek joy. The more we make this choice, the more it becomes a part of our lives, shaping our experiences and enriching our relationships. By embracing the power of choice, we unlock the potential to find happiness in every step we take. Chapter 1: The Foundation of Joy. At the core of every joyful experience lies a simple yet profound truth. Joy is something we create from within. It is not dependent on external factors, nor is it a result of perfect circumstances. Understanding the foundation of joy requires us to explore what it truly means to be happy and how we can cultivate it, regardless of what is happening around us. Joy begins with self-awareness. In order to experience lasting happiness, we must first understand ourselves, our thoughts, emotions, and desires. Self-awareness allows us to recognize the patterns that either foster or hinder our sense of joy. When we become attuned to our inner world, we can better understand what brings us peace, what fuels our passions, and what prevents us from fully experiencing happiness. This awareness serves as the bedrock for creating a life that aligns with our values and aspirations. The science of joy further reveals that happiness is a state of mind, shaped by both biology and psychology. Neurotransmitters such as dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin play significant roles in how we experience positive emotions. Yet these chemical processes are influenced by our behaviors and choices. The more we engage in activities that promote well-being, whether through physical movement, deep connections with others, or moments of gratitude, the more we stimulate the release of these feel-good chemicals. This understanding highlights an empowering truth. We are not passive recipients of happiness, but active participants in its creation. Joy is also deeply connected to our mindset. It is a choice we make every day, influenced by how we choose to perceive the world. When we focus on the positive aspects of our lives and practice gratitude, we shift our attention away from what is lacking, opening the door for greater happiness. Our mindset shapes our reality, and by choosing to see the good in every situation, we can transform even the most challenging experiences into opportunities for growth and joy. Another essential element in building the foundation of joy is embracing acceptance. Acceptance is about acknowledging life as it is, without constantly striving for something different. This does not mean resigning ourselves to a life of complacency, but rather finding peace in the present moment, no matter the circumstances. By letting go of the need to control every aspect of our lives, we open ourselves to a deeper sense of contentment and fulfillment. In this chapter, we begin to lay the groundwork for a joyful life by exploring the importance of self-awareness, mindset, and acceptance. As we continue, we will discover how these foundational elements can help us build a life that is rich in happiness, one step at a time. What is true happiness? True happiness is often misunderstood as a fleeting emotion or a state of constant pleasure. In modern society, we are frequently conditioned to think of happiness as something that arises from external accomplishments, a promotion at work, the perfect relationship, or material wealth. However, true happiness goes far beyond these temporary experiences. It is a deeper, more enduring state of contentment that is not dependent on circumstances, but rather on how we approach life and the choices we make every day. At its core, true happiness is about inner peace and fulfillment. It is the sense of well-being that comes from aligning our lives with our values and purpose. When we live authentically, in harmony with who we are, we experience a deep satisfaction that does not rely on external approval or possessions. This form of happiness is sustainable because it comes from within, rather than from anything outside ourselves. True happiness is also about connection to ourselves, to others, and to the world around us. It is found in the bonds we share with loved ones, the sense of belonging within a community, and the way we contribute to something greater than ourselves. These connections create a sense of meaning and purpose that enriches our lives, giving us reasons to feel joy even when times are difficult. When we nurture relationships and cultivate empathy, we build a support system that strengthens our ability to experience true happiness. Another key aspect of true happiness is acceptance. It involves embracing both the light and dark aspects of life without resistance. Happiness is not about avoiding pain or struggle, but about acknowledging these challenges and finding peace in the process of navigating them. True happiness is about being comfortable with imperfection and understanding that life is a journey of growth. When we accept ourselves, flaws and all, and when we accept the unpredictability of life, we can approach each experience with a sense of calm and resilience. Moreover, true happiness involves a deep sense of gratitude for the present moment. It is about appreciating what we have, rather than constantly longing for what we don't. By focusing on the here and now, we free ourselves from the anxiety of future uncertainties and the regret of past mistakes. In these moments, we realize that happiness does not lie in what we achieve or acquire, but in our ability to be present, to appreciate, and to savor the beauty of life as it unfolds. True happiness is not an elusive goal, but a choice that we can make every day. It is about embracing our lives as they are, cultivating meaningful relationships, and finding peace within ourselves. When we understand what true happiness is, we realize that it is always within our reach, waiting for us to choose it. The science behind joy. The experience of joy is not merely a mystical or abstract feeling. It is deeply rooted in biology and psychology. Understanding the science behind joy allows us to see that happiness is not just a matter of chance or fleeting moments, but a physiological and psychological process that can be influenced and cultivated. By exploring how our brain and body respond to joy, we can better understand how to actively create and maintain this positive state. At the heart of joy lies the release of chemicals in the brain known as neurotransmitters. These powerful molecules are responsible for regulating mood, emotions, and overall feelings of well-being. Dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin are three key neurotransmitters that play significant roles in the experience of joy. Dopamine, often called the feel-good neurotransmitter, is released when we engage in activities that bring us pleasure or reward. It reinforces behaviors by creating feelings of satisfaction and motivation. Serotonin, another crucial neurotransmitter, contributes to feelings of happiness and emotional stability, and it is often associated with relaxation and contentment. Oxytocin, sometimes referred to as the love hormone, is released during moments of connection, such as hugging, bonding with loved ones, or even acts of kindness. This chemical promotes trust and social bonding, reinforcing the importance of relationships in our experience of joy. The brain's reward system is activated when we experience moments of joy, which creates a positive feedback loop. As we engage in activities that make us happy, such as spending time with loved ones, exercising, or practicing mindfulness, our brain releases these neurotransmitters, further enhancing our feelings of pleasure and contentment. This natural process highlights that joy is not something we have to wait for or search for endlessly. It is a physiological response to actions and environments that nurture our well-being. In addition to the brain's role in joy, our body's physical state can influence our emotional experience. For example, regular physical exercise can significantly increase the production of dopamine and serotonin, leading to improved mood and reduced stress. Practices like meditation and deep breathing also stimulate the vagus nerve, which helps regulate the body's stress response and promote a sense of calm and happiness. The mind-body connection is vital in understanding that cultivating joy often involves taking care of both our mental and physical health. Understanding the science behind joy empowers us to take an active role in our own happiness. By engaging in activities that stimulate the release of these positive neurotransmitters, we can create an environment in our brains and bodies that is conducive to lasting joy. The more we practice behaviors that promote well-being, the more we cultivate a state of happiness that becomes a natural part of our lives. The power of perspective. Perspective is one of the most powerful tools we have in shaping our experience of the world. How we choose to view a situation, a person, or even ourselves can drastically influence how we feel and respond to life's challenges. It is often said that life is 10% what happens to us and 90% how we react to it. And this statement underscores the tremendous power of perspective in determining our happiness. By shifting our perspective, we can transform even the most difficult situations into opportunities for growth and joy. At the heart of perspective lies the ability to reframe our thoughts. Reframing is the process of changing the way we interpret an event or circumstance. For example, when faced with a setback, instead of viewing it as a failure, we can reframe it as a valuable learning experience. By doing so, we change our emotional response to the situation, reducing feelings of frustration or disappointment and increasing our sense of empowerment. This shift in thinking allows us to approach challenges with a mindset of resilience, where obstacles are seen not as roadblocks, but as stepping stones toward greater understanding and achievement. The power of perspective also lies in our ability to find meaning in difficult situations. When we face hardship, it can be easy to fall into a mindset of victimhood, feeling powerless or overwhelmed by the circumstances. However, by choosing to look for meaning in our struggles, we can find purpose in the pain. For instance, many people who have gone through personal losses or traumatic experiences report finding a new sense of strength, clarity, or compassion through their adversity. This ability to find meaning not only helps us cope with life's challenges, but it also fosters a deeper sense of fulfillment and joy in the long run. Another important aspect of perspective is gratitude. When we focus on what we have rather than what we lack, our entire outlook shifts. Gratitude helps us cultivate an attitude of abundance rather than scarcity. It enables us to appreciate the small, everyday moments that often go unnoticed. A beautiful sunset, a warm cup of tea, a kind gesture from a friend. By practicing gratitude regularly, we train our minds to notice the positive aspects of life, which in turn fuels our overall sense of well-being and happiness. Ultimately, the power of perspective is about choice. We have the ability to choose how we see the world and how we respond to the events that unfold within it. By embracing a positive, resilient, and grateful perspective, we unlock the potential to experience joy in every moment, regardless of life's ups and downs. Chapter 2: The Joy of Self-Discovery. Self-discovery is the gateway to lasting happiness, as it allows us to better understand who we truly are and what brings us joy. Too often, we become so caught up in the expectations of others or in the pursuit of external success that we forget to pause and reflect on our own desires, values, and strengths. The journey of self-discovery is about reconnecting with ourselves, peeling back the layers of conditioning and societal influence, and rediscovering the passions and purpose that lie within. At the heart of self-discovery is the process of self-awareness. The more we understand our own thoughts, emotions, and motivations, the more equipped we are to create a life that aligns with our true selves. This begins with honest introspection, where we explore questions like, what makes me feel truly alive? What are my core values? What brings me peace? And what drains my energy? These questions may not have simple answers, but they are the starting point for a deeper connection with who we are. Self-discovery also involves embracing our strengths and weaknesses. It is about recognizing the unique qualities that make us who we are, as well as accepting the parts of ourselves that may need growth or healing. When we become comfortable with both our light and shadow, we are able to love ourselves more fully. This self-acceptance is a crucial step in cultivating happiness, as it frees us from the need to constantly seek validation from others. Instead, we come to realize that our worth is inherent and independent of external approval. The joy of self-discovery is also about exploring our passions and interests. Often, we become so focused on responsibilities and obligations that we forget the activities that truly bring us joy. Taking the time to reconnect with hobbies, creative pursuits, or new interests can reignite a sense of excitement and purpose. These passions are not just a way to pass the time, they are essential to our well-being, providing outlets for expression, growth, and connection to our inner selves. Another aspect of self-discovery is the recognition that we are constantly evolving. The person you are today may not be the person you were yesterday, and that's okay. Embracing change and growth is a vital part of the self-discovery process. As we learn, adapt, and experience new things, we refine our understanding of ourselves, our values, and our path. This ongoing evolution is a beautiful part of life, and it allows us to find joy in the process, rather than waiting for a final destination. In this chapter, we begin to understand that the journey of self-discovery is not just about uncovering who we are, but also about celebrating that discovery. It is through this exploration that we find the key to a joyful and fulfilling life. Understanding your true self. To experience true and lasting happiness, it is essential to understand who we truly are beneath the layers of external expectations and societal conditioning. Our true self is the essence of who we are, free from the influences of others, shaped by our unique experiences, desires, and values. The journey toward understanding our true self is one of introspection, acceptance, and self-compassion. It is about peeling back the layers of who we think we should be and reconnecting with the core of who we really are. Understanding your true self begins with self-awareness. This means being mindful of your thoughts, feelings, and actions without judgment. It's about observing your inner world and noticing patterns that reflect your true desires and values. When we take the time to explore our thoughts and behaviors, we start to identify what truly motivates us and what brings us joy. This self-awareness is the first step in discovering our authentic self, as it provides the clarity needed to make choices that align with our true nature. Equally important is understanding our personal values. Values are the guiding principles that shape our decisions, behaviors, and relationships. They are the things that matter most to us in life, and when we live in alignment with our values, we feel a deep sense of fulfillment and purpose. Understanding what we truly value allows us to make choices that are consistent with who we are, rather than conforming to external expectations or societal norms. This alignment between our values and our actions is key to living authentically and experiencing genuine happiness. Another vital aspect of understanding your true self is embracing both your strengths and your limitations. Self-acceptance is a critical component of this journey. It's important to recognize that we are all imperfect, and that is what makes us human. Our strengths can empower us, while our limitations offer opportunities for growth and development. By accepting both aspects of ourselves without judgment, we begin to feel a sense of peace and wholeness. True happiness arises not from perfection, but from the acceptance of who we are, flaws and all. Understanding your true self also requires a willingness to let go of external validation. Too often, we seek approval or recognition from others, believing that our worth is determined by how others perceive us. However, the key to inner peace and happiness lies in realizing that our value is not dependent on the opinions of others. When we let go of the need for external validation, we free ourselves to live authentically and make choices based on what feels right for us, not what others expect. Ultimately, understanding your true self is about embracing the journey of self-discovery and self-acceptance. By reconnecting with our inner essence, we can experience deeper joy, fulfillment, and peace. This process allows us to live a life that reflects who we truly are, not who we think we should be. And in doing so, we find the happiness that is ours to claim. Building self-awareness. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of personal growth and happiness. It is the ability to recognize and understand our own emotions, thoughts, and behaviors, and how they influence the way we interact with the world. By building self-awareness, we become more attuned to our needs, desires, and reactions, allowing us to make more intentional choices that align with our authentic selves. The journey toward greater self-awareness is one of introspection, mindfulness, and continuous reflection. It's about becoming more present in our own lives, observing ourselves without judgment, and gaining a deeper understanding of who we are. The first step in building self-awareness is cultivating mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of being fully present in the moment, observing our thoughts, feelings, and sensations without attachment or judgment. When we practice mindfulness, we begin to notice the subtle patterns in our thoughts and behaviors that may have gone unnoticed before. We may become aware of triggers that lead to negative emotions, or we may discover areas of our lives that require more attention or nurturing. Mindfulness helps us step back from the chaos of everyday life and observe ourselves with greater clarity. Journaling is another powerful tool for building self-awareness. Writing down our thoughts and feelings on a regular basis allows us to process and reflect on our experiences. Through journaling, we can identify recurring themes in our emotions or behaviors and gain insights into our underlying beliefs and values. This practice of self-reflection helps us track our growth and deepen our understanding of our inner world. Over time, journaling can reveal patterns in our thinking that may have previously been hidden, providing us with the opportunity to make conscious changes that align with our true desires. Another key aspect of building self-awareness is seeking feedback from others. While self-reflection is essential, we can often benefit from the perspectives of those around us. Trusted friends, family members, or mentors can provide valuable insights into our strengths and areas for growth. Constructive feedback allows us to see ourselves from an outside perspective, helping us identify blind spots that we may not be aware of. It also encourages us to approach self-awareness with humility, acknowledging that we don't have all the answers and that growth is an ongoing process. Building self-awareness is also about being compassionate with ourselves. As we uncover parts of ourselves that we may not like or that we wish to change, it is important to approach these revelations with kindness rather than self-criticism. Self-awareness is not about perfection, but about understanding, acceptance, and growth. It requires patience and a willingness to embrace both our strengths and our challenges. By developing a deeper sense of self-awareness, we create the foundation for a more intentional, fulfilled, and joyful life. Cultivating self-compassion. Self-compassion is the practice of treating ourselves with the same kindness, understanding, and support that we would offer a close friend in times of struggle. It is about embracing our flaws and imperfections without judgment and recognizing that, as human beings, we all experience moments of difficulty, failure, and vulnerability. Cultivating self-compassion is essential for personal well-being and happiness, as it fosters a nurturing relationship with ourselves and helps us navigate life's challenges with grace and resilience. The foundation of self-compassion lies in the ability to be kind to ourselves when things go wrong. Many of us are quick to criticize ourselves when we make mistakes or fall short of our own expectations. However, self-compassion asks us to shift from self-judgment to self-kindness. Instead of berating ourselves for perceived shortcomings, we can acknowledge our humanity and treat ourselves with the same care and patience we would offer a friend who is struggling. By doing so, we create a more supportive inner dialogue, one that fosters growth rather than shame. Another key element of self-compassion is mindfulness, the ability to be present with our emotions without suppressing or overreacting to them. When we experience pain, sadness, or frustration, mindfulness allows us to acknowledge these feelings without becoming overwhelmed by them. Rather than pushing emotions aside or reacting impulsively, mindfulness helps us accept our emotions as valid, recognizing that they are a natural part of the human experience. This acceptance of our emotional states is a form of self-compassion, as it allows us to be gentle with ourselves during moments of difficulty. Self-compassion also involves recognizing our shared humanity. It is easy to feel isolated in our struggles, believing that we are the only ones facing certain challenges. However, cultivating self-compassion involves acknowledging that suffering and imperfection are universal experiences. When we realize that we are not alone in our difficulties, it becomes easier to extend compassion to ourselves. We can remind ourselves that it's okay to not be perfect, that everyone faces challenges, and that these experiences do not diminish our worth. This sense of connection to others can ease feelings of isolation and help us feel more grounded in our humanity. Finally, self-compassion requires patience and practice. It is not something that comes naturally to everyone, especially for those who have been conditioned to be overly critical or perfectionistic. But with time, we can learn to cultivate self-compassion by consistently choosing kindness over criticism, acceptance over judgment, and patience over frustration. By doing so, we create a more loving and supportive relationship with ourselves, one that empowers us to face life's challenges with resilience and joy. Through the practice of self-compassion, we open the door to greater emotional well-being and inner peace. When we learn to be kind and understanding toward ourselves, we lay the foundation for a more joyful and fulfilling life. Chapter 3: Overcoming Obstacles. Obstacles are an inevitable part of life. Whether they come in the form of external challenges, personal limitations, or emotional setbacks, we all face moments when our path seems blocked or difficult to navigate. However, overcoming obstacles is not just about finding a way around them. It's about learning how to face them with resilience, determination, and a positive mindset. In this chapter, we will explore how to transform challenges into opportunities for growth and how to build the mental and emotional strength needed to continue moving forward, no matter the circumstances. One of the most important aspects of overcoming obstacles is developing a growth mindset. A growth mindset is the belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed over time through effort, learning, and perseverance. When we approach obstacles with a growth mindset, we see challenges as opportunities to grow and improve rather than as insurmountable barriers. This mindset shifts our focus from the fear of failure to the excitement of learning. Instead of seeing an obstacle as a permanent setback, we recognize it as a temporary hurdle that can be overcome with persistence and creativity. Resilience is another key factor in overcoming obstacles. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity, to remain steadfast in the face of difficulties, and to continue moving forward despite setbacks. Building resilience involves cultivating emotional strength, maintaining a sense of hope, and learning how to adapt to changing circumstances. It requires a deep belief in our ability to handle life's challenges and a commitment to taking small steps toward progress, even when the path ahead feels uncertain. Resilience is not about avoiding obstacles, but rather about learning how to navigate them with courage and confidence. Another crucial aspect of overcoming obstacles is maintaining a positive perspective. When faced with a challenge, it's easy to become overwhelmed by negative thoughts or to focus on the worst-case scenario. However, maintaining a positive mindset helps us stay focused on solutions rather than problems. By looking for opportunities within each challenge, we can discover new strengths, skills, or perspectives that we may not have realized before. Positivity doesn't mean ignoring difficulties, but rather approaching them with an optimistic outlook and the belief that there is always a way forward. Lastly, overcoming obstacles often requires patience and self-compassion. It's important to recognize that progress takes time and that setbacks are a normal part of the process. When we encounter obstacles, we must be kind to ourselves and avoid the urge to give up or be overly critical. Each small step forward is a victory, and it's through perseverance and self-compassion that we can continue to move toward our goals. By embracing a growth mindset, building resilience, maintaining a positive perspective, and practicing patience with ourselves, we can overcome any obstacle that stands in our way. Challenges are an integral part of the journey toward happiness, and it's through overcoming them that we find the strength and wisdom to continue our pursuit of joy. Navigating life's challenges. Life is full of challenges that test our strength, patience, and resilience. From personal struggles to unforeseen obstacles, we all face moments when the road ahead seems unclear or insurmountable. However, how we navigate these challenges can have a profound impact on our growth and our experience of joy. Learning to navigate life's challenges with grace, flexibility, and determination allows us not only to overcome difficulties, but to emerge from them stronger and more self-aware. In this chapter, we will explore strategies for managing life's challenges and finding the opportunity for growth and happiness, even in the most difficult circumstances. One of the most essential aspects of navigating life's challenges is accepting that challenges are a natural part of the human experience. No one is exempt from adversity, and life will always present obstacles in various forms. Accepting this reality helps us stop resisting difficulties and instead approach them with a sense of openness. When we stop expecting life to be easy and begin to view challenges as opportunities for growth, we can shift our mindset from frustration to curiosity. This shift in perspective enables us to approach challenges with a more constructive attitude and greater resilience. Emotional regulation is also crucial in navigating life's challenges. When we face difficulties, it's natural to experience a range of emotions, from frustration and anger to fear and sadness. However, how we manage these emotions can determine how effectively we deal with the situation at hand. Developing emotional regulation skills, such as practicing mindfulness, breathing techniques, or journaling, can help us remain calm and focused during difficult times. By learning to manage our emotions, we create space for clarity and thoughtful decision-making, rather than being swept away by our immediate reactions. Another important strategy for navigating challenges is seeking support. While facing challenges can sometimes feel isolating, we don't have to go through them alone. Reaching out to friends, family, or professionals can provide a sense of connection and guidance when we feel overwhelmed. Sharing our struggles with others often offers fresh perspectives and reminds us that we are not alone in our experiences. Seeking support is a sign of strength, not weakness, and it allows us to tap into the wisdom and compassion of others when we need it most. Finally, it's important to approach challenges with patience and flexibility. Life rarely unfolds exactly as we expect, and things may not always go according to plan. By remaining patient and flexible, we can adjust our expectations and actions as needed, rather than becoming fixated on a single outcome. This adaptability allows us to find alternative solutions and stay open to new opportunities, even when the path forward is uncertain. Navigating life's challenges is an ongoing process, but by accepting adversity, regulating our emotions, seeking support, and remaining flexible, we can face whatever life throws our way with confidence and grace. It is through these experiences that we discover our inner strength and learn how to find joy, even in the face of life's most difficult moments. Finding meaning in adversity. Adversity is an inevitable part of life, and while it often feels like a burden, it can also offer profound opportunities for growth and transformation. The key lies in how we approach and interpret the challenges we face. Instead of seeing adversity solely as something to endure or avoid, we can shift our perspective to find meaning in it. This process involves reframing difficult situations, extracting valuable lessons, and using our struggles as a catalyst for deeper self-awareness and greater resilience. Finding meaning in adversity can not only help us navigate tough times, but can also lead us to a more fulfilling and purposeful life. One of the most powerful ways to find meaning in adversity is by recognizing the lessons it offers. Every challenge, no matter how painful, carries with it an opportunity to learn something new about ourselves or the world around us. Whether it's developing greater patience, learning to manage our emotions, or discovering our inner strength, adversity pushes us to grow in ways we might not have imagined. By reframing our difficulties as opportunities for personal development, we begin to see them not as obstacles to happiness, but as stepping stones on our path to greater understanding. Another way to find meaning in adversity is by connecting to a larger purpose. When we are faced with difficult circumstances, it's easy to become consumed by the immediate pain and frustration. However, taking a step back and reflecting on our values, goals, and long-term vision can help us see how our current struggles fit into the bigger picture. Sometimes, adversity can lead us to reevaluate our priorities, redirect our focus, or even discover a deeper sense of purpose. This sense of meaning provides a powerful motivator, helping us persevere even when the road ahead seems uncertain. Additionally, adversity often strengthens our sense of empathy and connection to others. When we experience hardship, we gain a deeper understanding of what others may be going through. This shared vulnerability can create bonds with those who have faced similar challenges, allowing us to offer support and receive it in return. The compassion that arises from shared adversity fosters a sense of unity and reinforces our collective humanity, reminding us that we are never truly alone in our struggles. Ultimately, finding meaning in adversity is about choosing to see our difficulties as opportunities for growth, learning, and connection. By reframing our struggles and aligning them with a sense of purpose, we can transform pain into a source of strength. Adversity becomes not just something to endure, but a vital part of the journey toward a more meaningful and joyful life. Transforming struggles into strengths. Struggles are an inescapable part of life, and while they may initially seem like setbacks, they can also be the source of significant personal growth and empowerment. The ability to transform struggles into strengths is a powerful skill that can reshape how we approach challenges and shape our identity. This transformation requires resilience, a shift in perspective, and a commitment to learning from each experience. By recognizing the potential for growth within every struggle, we can turn adversity into a force that propels us forward rather than something that holds us back. The first step in transforming struggles into strengths is reframing how we view hardship. It's natural to feel defeated or frustrated when faced with challenges, but it is in these moments that we have the opportunity to redefine ourselves. Instead of seeing struggles as obstacles or failures, we can view them as chances for learning and self-discovery. For example, a difficult experience might reveal new strengths, such as problem-solving abilities, perseverance, or emotional resilience. By focusing on what we are learning and how we are growing, we can transform the narrative of our struggles from something negative to an essential part of our personal development. Building resilience is another key factor in turning struggles into strengths. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from setbacks, adapt to adversity, and continue moving forward with determination. Resilient individuals don't let difficulties define them. They use them as fuel to grow stronger. This resilience is built through practice by consistently facing challenges with a mindset of adaptability and hope. Each time we overcome a struggle, we build emotional endurance that can be applied to future difficulties. This cycle of challenge and growth strengthens our ability to navigate life's uncertainties with confidence and optimism. Additionally, transforming struggles into strengths involves embracing vulnerability. It's easy to see vulnerability as a weakness, but it is actually a source of incredible strength. When we open ourselves to our challenges and allow ourselves to feel the full range of emotions, we tap into an authentic power. Vulnerability enables us to connect with others, share our experiences, and ask for support when needed. It also fosters self-compassion as we learn to be kinder and more understanding with ourselves during difficult times. Finally, finding purpose in our struggles can help us transform them into strengths. When we can connect our challenges to a greater sense of meaning or purpose, we give them significance that transcends the immediate discomfort. Whether it's helping others who are going through similar experiences or using our struggles to inspire personal change, finding purpose allows us to create strength from pain. It gives us the motivation to keep moving forward, knowing that our struggles have a greater meaning in the larger context of our lives. By reframing challenges, building resilience, embracing vulnerability, and finding purpose, we can transform our struggles into powerful strengths. Rather than feeling defeated by life's obstacles, we can see them as opportunities to become stronger, wiser, and more compassionate individuals. This shift in mindset is the key to turning adversity into a source of empowerment and lasting growth. Chapter 4: The Power of Positive Thinking. The way we think shapes the reality we experience. Positive thinking is not just about putting on a cheerful face. It is a mindset that influences every aspect of our lives, from our emotional well-being to our relationships, health, and overall outlook on life. The power of positive thinking lies in its ability to transform challenges into opportunities, reduce stress, and increase happiness. By cultivating a positive mindset, we unlock the potential to approach life's ups and downs with greater ease, resilience, and joy. In this chapter, we will explore how positive thinking can enhance our lives and the simple yet profound ways we can nurture this transformative habit. Positive thinking begins with self-awareness, the ability to recognize negative thought patterns as they arise. Many of us are unaware of how frequently we engage in self-criticism, doubt, or worry. These negative thoughts can limit our potential and cloud our perception of the world. By becoming more mindful of these patterns, we can begin to shift our focus toward more constructive, optimistic thoughts. This shift doesn't mean ignoring life's difficulties or pretending that everything is perfect. Rather, it means choosing to approach challenges with the belief that we have the strength to overcome them and that every situation holds the possibility of growth. One of the most powerful tools for cultivating positive thinking is gratitude. Focusing on what we are grateful for helps us shift our attention from what is lacking or problematic to what is abundant and good in our lives. Gratitude rewires the brain to look for positive experiences and outcomes, which in turn fosters a greater sense of contentment and well-being. Whether it's appreciating a beautiful sunset, the support of loved ones, or the simple pleasures of daily life, gratitude helps us stay connected to the present moment and to the positive aspects of our journey. Positive thinking also involves reframing negative situations. Instead of viewing a setback as a failure, we can see it as a lesson or a necessary step in our personal growth. For example, facing a challenge at work may be seen not as a defeat, but as an opportunity to develop new skills, strengthen relationships, or gain a deeper understanding of ourselves. Reframing situations in this way allows us to maintain a hopeful and empowered mindset, even in the face of adversity. Another essential aspect of positive thinking is the practice of affirmations, positive statements that we repeat to ourselves in order to challenge limiting beliefs and reinforce our capabilities. By affirming our strengths, our worth, and our potential, we reprogram our subconscious mind to support our goals and aspirations. Repeating affirmations not only boosts our self-confidence, but also helps us stay focused on the positive possibilities ahead. Ultimately, the power of positive thinking lies in its ability to transform our perspective and our experience of life. By embracing gratitude, reframing challenges, and using affirmations, we can cultivate a mindset that encourages growth, resilience, and joy. Positive thinking is not about avoiding reality, but about choosing to see it through a lens of possibility and hope. Reframing negative thoughts. Negative thoughts can cloud our judgment, limit our potential, and dampen our sense of well-being. They often arise automatically and can feel overwhelming, leading us to believe that our challenges are insurmountable or that we are incapable of change. However, the power to reshape our inner dialogue lies within our ability to reframe these negative thoughts. Reframing is the process of shifting the way we perceive and interpret our thoughts, replacing negativity with a more positive or constructive perspective. This simple yet profound practice can transform our emotional responses, enhance our resilience, and open up new pathways to growth. The first step in reframing negative thoughts is recognizing them as they arise. Often, we get caught up in a spiral of negative thinking without realizing it, which can lead to feelings of helplessness or defeat. By becoming more mindful of our thoughts, we can begin to identify those that are self-limiting or unproductive. Once we become aware of these patterns, we gain the ability to question their validity and challenge their impact on our emotions and actions. For example, if we catch ourselves thinking, "I'll never be good enough," we can ask, "Is this thought true? What evidence do I have to support this belief?" This process of questioning allows us to separate fact from emotion and recognize when our thoughts are distorted. After identifying negative thoughts, the next step is to reframe them into more empowering, realistic statements. This involves shifting from a fixed, limiting perspective to one that is open to growth and possibility. Instead of thinking, "I failed at this task, so I'm a failure," we can reframe it as, "I didn't succeed this time, but I learned valuable lessons that will help me improve next time." This reframe not only acknowledges the reality of failure, but also emphasizes the opportunity for growth. By changing the language we use to describe our experiences, we shift our emotional response from one of discouragement to one of motivation and empowerment. Reframing negative thoughts also involves practicing self-compassion. We are often our harshest critics, And negative thoughts can be fueled by unrealistic expectations or perfectionism. When we approach our thoughts with kindness and understanding, we begin to release the pressure of needing to be perfect. Instead of criticizing ourselves for every mistake or perceived flaw, we can recognize that we are human and capable of growth. Self-compassion helps us reframe negative thoughts by offering us a more balanced, forgiving perspective. Ultimately, reframing negative thoughts is about reclaiming control over our mindset. It allows us to turn moments of self-doubt or frustration into opportunities for learning and growth. By actively challenging negative thinking, we create space for positivity, hope, and resilience. Reframing empowers us to see challenges not as roadblocks, but as stepping stones on our journey toward personal fulfillment and happiness. The role of optimism in happiness. Optimism is more than just a hopeful outlook on life. It is a mindset that significantly influences our emotional well-being and our overall experience of happiness. People who maintain an optimistic perspective tend to focus on the positive aspects of situations, believe in their ability to overcome challenges, and trust that good things are ahead. This hopeful outlook not only enhances our resilience, but also strengthens our ability to navigate life's ups and downs with grace. In this chapter, we will explore how optimism contributes to happiness and how cultivating an optimistic mindset can lead to greater fulfillment and joy. One of the most powerful ways optimism contributes to happiness is by influencing how we perceive and respond to challenges. Optimistic individuals are more likely to view setbacks as temporary and manageable rather than permanent or insurmountable. This belief in the potential for positive outcomes allows them to maintain hope and motivation, even when faced with adversity. In contrast, those with a pessimistic outlook may dwell on difficulties and feel overwhelmed by the challenges they encounter. Optimism helps buffer against stress and discouragement, promoting a more balanced and resilient approach to life's inevitable hardships. Research has shown that optimism is strongly linked to better mental and physical health. Optimistic people are less likely to experience depression and anxiety, as they are able to reframe negative experiences in a way that preserves their sense of hope. Furthermore, optimism has been shown to improve physical health by reducing the effects of stress on the body, enhancing immune function, and encouraging healthier behaviors. When we focus on the positive aspects of life, our bodies and minds are better equipped to handle stress, recover from illness, and maintain overall well-being. In addition to improving mental and physical health, optimism fosters stronger relationships and greater social connection. Optimistic individuals are more likely to engage in supportive and positive interactions with others, which in turn enhances feelings of belonging and fulfillment. When we approach relationships with an optimistic outlook, we are more likely to nurture trust, empathy, and cooperation. People are naturally drawn to those who exude positivity, which strengthens our social networks and creates a sense of community and support. The power of optimism also lies in its ability to inspire action. When we believe that our efforts will lead to positive outcomes, we are more motivated to pursue our goals with determination and persistence. Optimistic people are not discouraged by obstacles. Instead, they see challenges as opportunities for growth and learning. This mindset fosters a proactive approach to life, where individuals take control of their circumstances and move forward with confidence. Ultimately, optimism plays a crucial role in happiness by shaping how we perceive the world, cope with adversity, and build meaningful relationships. By cultivating optimism, we can transform our approach to life, creating an environment in which joy, fulfillment, and resilience can flourish. An optimistic mindset is not about denying life's difficulties, but about choosing to focus on the possibilities for growth, connection, and happiness that lie within every moment. Practical exercises for shifting mindsets. Shifting our mindset from negativity to positivity doesn't happen overnight. It requires consistent effort and intentional practices. While it may feel challenging at first, There are simple yet effective exercises that can help us rewire our thinking, build resilience, and embrace a more positive outlook on life. These exercises, when practiced regularly, can gradually change the way we view ourselves, our challenges, and the world around us. In this chapter, we will explore practical exercises designed to help shift our mindset and cultivate a more joyful, optimistic perspective. One of the most powerful exercises for shifting mindsets is journaling. Writing about our thoughts, feelings, and experiences provides an opportunity for self-reflection and awareness. By regularly journaling, we can identify negative thought patterns and track our progress in overcoming them. A useful practice is to write down at least 3 things we are grateful for each day. Focusing on gratitude helps shift our attention from what is lacking to what is abundant in our lives, reinforcing a more positive outlook. Over time, this practice can create a habit of seeing the good in every situation, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Another effective exercise is to practice positive affirmations. Affirmations are positive statements that we repeat to ourselves with the intention of challenging and replacing limiting beliefs. For example, instead of thinking I'm not good enough, we can affirm, I am worthy of success and happiness. Repeating affirmations daily helps reprogram our subconscious mind, aligning our thoughts with our aspirations and self-worth. The more we affirm positive beliefs about ourselves, the more natural it becomes to believe in our potential and embrace optimism in our daily lives. Mindfulness meditation is another powerful tool for shifting mindsets. By practicing mindfulness, we become more aware of our thoughts in the present moment without judgment. This awareness allows us to recognize when negative thoughts arise and create space between the thought and our emotional response. With practice, we can learn to observe negative thoughts without letting them dictate our emotions or actions. Mindfulness also encourages self-compassion, helping us approach ourselves with kindness and understanding rather than criticism. By incorporating mindfulness into our routine, we develop the ability to shift our mindset in real time and reduce the power of negativity. Visualization is a technique that can help shift our mindset by focusing on positive outcomes and desired goals. In this exercise, we close our eyes and imagine ourselves successfully navigating challenges or achieving our dreams. By vividly imagining these positive scenarios, we begin to believe in the possibility of success and open ourselves to opportunities for growth. Visualization can increase motivation, boost confidence, and help us stay focused on our goals, even when faced with obstacles. Finally, engaging in acts of kindness can significantly shift our mindset. Helping others not only fosters a sense of connection, but also reinforces feelings of positivity and gratitude. By offering support, kindness, or encouragement to those around us, we create an environment of positivity that extends beyond ourselves. Acts of kindness remind us that our actions can make a difference, reinforcing a sense of purpose and joy. Incorporating these exercises into our daily routine can lead to lasting changes in our mindset. With time and practice, shifting from a negative to a positive outlook becomes more natural, empowering us to navigate life with greater resilience, optimism, and joy. Chapter 5: Cultivating Gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful emotion that has the ability to transform our perspective on life. It is the practice of recognizing and appreciating the positive aspects of our lives, no matter how small they may seem. Cultivating gratitude is not simply about saying thank you. It is about shifting our focus from what we lack to what we already have. This shift in perspective has profound effects on our mental and emotional well-being, fostering a sense of contentment, happiness, and connection with others. In this chapter, we will explore the importance of gratitude and how we can incorporate it into our daily lives to enhance our overall sense of joy. One of the most compelling reasons to cultivate gratitude is its ability to improve our mental health. Studies have shown that people who practice gratitude regularly experience lower levels of depression and anxiety. By focusing on what we are thankful for, we interrupt the cycle of negative thinking that often leads to feelings of despair or helplessness. Gratitude helps us reframe challenges and setbacks, allowing us to see them as opportunities for growth rather than insurmountable obstacles. When we intentionally shift our focus to the positive aspects of our lives, we reduce stress and create a more optimistic outlook on the future. Gratitude also strengthens our relationships with others. When we express appreciation for the people in our lives, it fosters deeper connections and mutual respect. Simple acts of gratitude, such as saying thank you or acknowledging someone's kindness, can make a significant difference in our relationships. People who feel appreciated are more likely to engage in supportive and caring behaviors, creating a positive feedback loop that enhances our social bonds. Furthermore, practicing gratitude helps us become more attuned to the positive qualities of others, allowing us to cultivate a greater sense of empathy and understanding. In addition to improving our mental health and relationships, gratitude also has physical health benefits. Research has shown that individuals who regularly practice gratitude experience improved sleep quality, reduced symptoms of illness, and lower blood pressure. This is likely due to the fact that gratitude helps reduce stress and promote a sense of calm and well-being. When we focus on the positive aspects of our lives, we activate the parasympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for the body's relaxation response. This, in turn, promotes healing and recovery, both physically and emotionally. To cultivate gratitude in our daily lives, we can start by incorporating small practices that encourage us to reflect on what we are thankful for. One of the simplest and most effective ways to do this is through a gratitude journal. Each day, take a moment to write down 3 things you are grateful for. These can be big or small, from the support of a friend to the warmth of the sun on your face. Over time, this practice will help you develop a habit of noticing and appreciating the positive aspects of your life. Another powerful way to cultivate gratitude is to express it directly to others, whether through a handwritten note, a heartfelt conversation, or a simple thank you. Taking the time to acknowledge the people who bring joy and support into your life reinforces your gratitude and strengthens your relationships. By making gratitude a regular part of our lives, we can create a ripple effect of positivity that extends far beyond ourselves. Gratitude enhances our happiness, deepens our connections with others, and improves our overall well-being. It is a practice that, with consistency, can transform the way we experience the world, helping us to find joy in even the most challenging of times. The impact of gratitude on joy. Gratitude is more than a simple expression of thanks. It is a transformative practice that profoundly impacts our sense of joy and overall well-being. By shifting our focus from what we lack to what we already have, gratitude opens the door to a deeper appreciation for life's blessings, big and small. This shift in perspective creates a fertile ground for joy to grow, helping us experience greater contentment, happiness, and connection to the world around us. In this section, we will explore the powerful connection between gratitude and joy, and how practicing gratitude can amplify our experience of joy. At its core, gratitude is about recognizing the goodness in our lives and acknowledging the positive aspects of our daily experiences. When we cultivate gratitude, we move away from dwelling on what's missing or wrong, and instead we celebrate the abundance that already exists. This practice of acknowledging and appreciating what we have naturally elevates our mood and fosters a deeper sense of satisfaction. Rather than constantly seeking external sources of happiness, gratitude helps us realize that joy can be found in the present moment, in the people we love, and in the simple pleasures of life. As we focus more on these positive elements, joy becomes a natural byproduct of our awareness. Gratitude also helps us navigate challenging times with greater resilience. In moments of hardship, it can be easy to become consumed by negativity, frustration, or despair. However, when we practice gratitude during difficult moments, we open ourselves to finding meaning and silver linings, even in the face of adversity. Acknowledging the lessons we've learned, the strength we've gained, or the support we've received helps us shift our mindset from helplessness to empowerment. This shift not only eases our emotional burden, but also allows us to experience joy even in difficult circumstances, knowing that challenges are a part of life's broader journey and can contribute to our personal growth. Furthermore, gratitude strengthens our relationships, which in turn amplifies our sense of joy. When we express appreciation for others, it fosters a positive cycle of mutual respect and care. The more we show gratitude, the more we deepen our connections with friends, family, and colleagues, creating an environment where joy can thrive. Gratitude fosters feelings of belonging and support, which are essential for our emotional well-being. These meaningful connections create a sense of joy that comes from knowing we are valued and supported. The benefits of gratitude extend to our physical health as well. Studies have shown that those who regularly practice gratitude experience lower levels of stress, improved immune function, and better overall health. When we focus on the positive, we reduce the impact of negative emotions like anxiety and depression, which can drain our energy and diminish our sense of joy. Gratitude creates a sense of peace, helping us maintain emotional balance and enhancing our ability to experience happiness in all areas of our lives. In conclusion, gratitude is a powerful catalyst for joy. By practicing gratitude, we cultivate a mindset that seeks out the good in every situation, enriches our relationships, and strengthens our resilience in the face of adversity. As we embrace gratitude, we open ourselves to the abundant joy that exists in each moment, allowing it to infuse our lives with meaning, satisfaction, and lasting happiness. Daily practices for gratitude. Incorporating gratitude into our daily routine doesn't require grand gestures or significant life changes. It can be as simple as taking a few moments each day to reflect on the things we appreciate. These small, consistent practices can gradually shift our mindset, making gratitude a natural part of our lives. By committing to daily acts of gratitude, we begin to see the world through a more positive lens, fostering a deeper sense of joy and contentment. In this section, we will explore several practical ways to practice gratitude every day, helping to build a habit that enhances our emotional well-being. One of the simplest and most effective daily gratitude practices is keeping a gratitude journal. Each day, take a few minutes to write down at least 3 things you are grateful for. These can range from the obvious, like the support of loved ones, to the more subtle, like the warmth of the sun or the taste of a favorite meal. The key is to focus on what feels meaningful to you in the moment. Over time, this practice trains your mind to recognize the positive aspects of your life, even on the most challenging days. The act of writing it down makes your gratitude more tangible and reinforces your awareness of the good things in your life. Another powerful daily practice is the gratitude pause. Throughout your day, take brief moments to pause and reflect on something you're thankful for. This could happen during a break at work, while commuting, or even while preparing meals. These pauses can be as short as 30 seconds, but the impact is profound. By focusing on gratitude during these brief moments, you interrupt negative thought patterns and bring your attention back to the present. This simple habit helps anchor you in positivity and reminds you of what truly matters, no matter what's happening in your external environment. Incorporating gratitude into your conversations is another meaningful daily practice. Make a conscious effort to express appreciation to those around you, whether it's thanking a colleague for their help, complimenting a friend, or acknowledging a family member's kindness. These small gestures not only uplift the other person, but also reinforce your own sense of gratitude. Sharing gratitude creates a positive feedback loop where both you and the person you express it to benefit from the uplifting energy. It also strengthens relationships, making them more authentic and supportive. Mindful reflection is a practice that pairs well with gratitude. At the end of each day, take a few minutes to reflect on the events of the day and identify what went well. This practice encourages you to seek out the moments of joy, no matter how small, and helps you appreciate them more fully. By focusing on what went right instead of what went wrong, you shift your perspective toward the positive aspects of your life, boosting your sense of gratitude. Lastly, incorporating gratitude into your mindfulness or meditation practice can be a powerful tool for cultivating a deeper sense of appreciation. During meditation, focus on the things you are thankful for, allowing yourself to sit with those feelings and fully experience the positive emotions they evoke. This practice can help you develop a more profound sense of gratitude, increasing your emotional resilience and sense of peace. By making gratitude a daily practice, we create an ongoing cycle of positivity that influences all aspects of our lives. These small but consistent actions cultivate a mindset of abundance, helping us to find joy in every step of our journey. Shifting focus from lack to abundance. One of the most transformative shifts we can make in our lives is moving from a mindset of lack to one of abundance. When we focus on what we don't have or what is missing from our lives, it creates feelings of dissatisfaction, frustration, and anxiety. However, when we shift our attention to what we already have, our strengths, our resources, our relationships, and the opportunities around us, our perception of life changes. This shift towards an abundance mindset helps us cultivate greater happiness, peace, and contentment. In this section, we will explore how to make this shift and the profound impact it can have on our sense of joy. The first step in shifting from lack to abundance is becoming aware of our thoughts. We all experience moments where our attention is drawn to what we don't have, whether it's financial security, the perfect relationship, or professional success. These thoughts often lead us to focus on scarcity, creating a sense of longing or inadequacy. The key to shifting this mindset is to recognize when we are thinking in terms of lack and consciously redirect our attention to what is present and abundant in our lives. This awareness is the first step toward change, as it helps us break free from the automatic patterns of scarcity thinking. Once we become aware of these thoughts, we can begin to reframe them. Instead of thinking, "I don't have enough money," we can shift to, "I am grateful for the resources I do have and the opportunities to grow financially." Instead of focusing on the absence of a romantic partner, we can recognize the abundance of love and connection we have in other areas of our lives, whether through friendships, family, or the community we are a part of. Reframing thoughts in this way allows us to focus on the positives and opens our minds to the many blessings already present. Another powerful tool for cultivating an abundance mindset is gratitude. When we actively practice gratitude, we retrain our minds to recognize the abundance in every moment. By acknowledging the things we already have and appreciating them, we shift our focus away from what we lack. Gratitude helps us see that there is always something to be thankful for, whether it's our health, the people in our lives, or the beauty of the world around us. This practice builds a sense of fulfillment, making us less likely to focus on what's missing and more likely to embrace what we already possess. An abundance mindset also encourages us to adopt a sense of generosity and openness. Rather than feeling threatened by the success or good fortune of others, we begin to see it as evidence that abundance is possible for everyone. By celebrating the achievements of others and supporting their growth, we reinforce the belief that there is plenty of success, love, and opportunity to go around. This mindset fosters collaboration and connection, helping us to build a sense of community where everyone can thrive. Shifting focus from lack to abundance requires conscious effort and practice, but the rewards are profound. By adopting an abundance mindset, we not only enhance our own happiness, but also create a positive ripple effect that touches those around us. When we view life as abundant, we open ourselves to new possibilities, attract more opportunities, and cultivate a deep sense of contentment. Chapter 6: Relationships and Joy. Relationships play a fundamental role in our overall happiness and well-being. Whether it's our connection with family, friends, romantic partners, or colleagues, the bonds we share with others have a profound impact on how we experience joy. Positive, supportive relationships provide a sense of belonging, foster emotional growth, and contribute to our resilience in the face of life's challenges. In this chapter, we will explore the deep connection between relationships and joy, and how nurturing our relationships can lead to a more fulfilling and joyful life. One of the most significant ways relationships contribute to our joy is through emotional support. In times of difficulty or uncertainty, having people we can rely on provides comfort and reassurance. This support system helps us navigate life's obstacles with a sense of security, knowing we are not alone. The emotional connection we share with others acts as a buffer against stress, depression, and anxiety, allowing us to maintain a positive outlook even in challenging times. When we feel supported and understood, it enhances our capacity to experience joy, knowing that our relationships are a source of strength and comfort. Additionally, meaningful relationships allow us to share experiences of happiness and success. Celebrating milestones, achievements, and moments of joy with others amplifies our sense of fulfillment. Whether it's sharing a personal accomplishment, a special event, or simply enjoying a pleasant moment together, these shared experiences deepen our connection and create lasting memories. The joy we experience in these moments is not just from the event itself, but from the act of sharing it with others, reinforcing our sense of community and belonging. The quality of our relationships also influences our ability to give and receive love. Love, in all its forms, is a powerful catalyst for joy. When we give love freely, whether through acts of kindness, thoughtful gestures, or words of affirmation, we not only enrich the lives of others, but also experience joy ourselves. Love fosters positive emotions, increases our sense of connection, and strengthens our bond with others. At the same time, receiving love nurtures our emotional well-being, filling us with a sense of appreciation and fulfillment. The act of both giving and receiving love creates a cycle of joy that elevates our relationships and our happiness. In contrast, unhealthy relationships can drain our energy and undermine our joy. Relationships characterized by negativity, conflict, or manipulation can lead to emotional exhaustion, stress, and even physical illness. It's important to recognize when relationships are toxic and take steps to protect our emotional well-being. Healthy relationships, on the other hand, are built on trust, respect, communication, and mutual support. By prioritizing these qualities, we create environments where joy can flourish and our relationships can become a source of genuine happiness. In conclusion, relationships are a vital source of joy in our lives. The emotional support, shared experiences, love, and connection we gain from others contribute significantly to our overall happiness. By nurturing positive, healthy relationships and being mindful of their impact on our well-being, we can create a strong foundation for lasting joy in our lives. The role of connection in happiness. Connection is one of the most powerful forces driving our sense of happiness and well-being. As human beings, we are wired for social interaction, and the relationships we form, whether with family, friends, colleagues, or even strangers, play a crucial role in shaping how we experience life. These connections, whether deep or fleeting, provide us with a sense of belonging, support, and purpose, which are essential ingredients for long-term happiness. In this section, we will explore the vital role that connection plays in our pursuit of happiness and how fostering meaningful relationships can significantly enhance our joy. At the core of our happiness is the need for connection with others. When we feel connected, we experience a sense of validation and affirmation, knowing that we are valued and understood. These connections help to mitigate feelings of loneliness and isolation, which are often linked to negative emotions such as sadness, anxiety, and depression. In contrast, positive connections with others uplift our spirits, provide emotional nourishment, and create a sense of security. The support we receive from those close to us is vital for navigating life's challenges and helps us maintain an optimistic outlook, even in the face of adversity. Furthermore, connection plays a key role in the development of empathy and compassion, which are critical for fostering happiness. When we form meaningful relationships, we become attuned to the emotions and needs of others, which deepens our understanding of the human experience. This shared emotional resonance not only strengthens our bond with others, but also enhances our own emotional intelligence, making us more capable of experiencing joy. Engaging in acts of kindness and offering support to others not only benefits them, but also boosts our own happiness. Giving and receiving love, care, and compassion create a cycle of positivity that elevates the emotional atmosphere in which we live. The sense of community created through connection is another important contributor to happiness. Whether through close-knit friendships, family ties, or participation in group activities, a strong sense of belonging provides a foundation for happiness. Communities offer opportunities for shared experiences, celebration, and mutual support, all of which foster joy and fulfillment. Being part of something greater than ourselves, whether through social, professional, or spiritual connections, creates a sense of purpose and helps us feel that our lives have meaning. These connections reinforce the idea that we are not alone and that our actions and lives have an impact on the world around us. Moreover, connection with others often encourages personal growth and self-awareness. In meaningful relationships, we challenge each other, offer different perspectives, and provide constructive feedback, all of which can lead to greater self-improvement. When we feel understood and supported, we are more likely to step outside our comfort zones, take risks, and pursue our goals, knowing we have people to lean on when needed. This sense of growth and self-empowerment further enriches our happiness. In conclusion, connection is integral to happiness. It fosters emotional well-being, provides a sense of belonging, and nurtures personal growth. By cultivating and nurturing our relationships, we enhance our capacity for joy and create a supportive, fulfilling environment in which happiness can thrive. Nurturing healthy relationships. Healthy relationships are the cornerstone of a happy, fulfilling life. They provide us with emotional support, a sense of belonging, and opportunities for personal growth. However, like any meaningful aspect of life, they require effort, understanding, and commitment to flourish. Nurturing healthy relationships involves cultivating trust, communication, respect, and compassion, and it is these foundational elements that help ensure the longevity and depth of our connections. In this section, we will explore the key aspects of nurturing healthy relationships and how they contribute to our overall happiness. One of the most important factors in nurturing healthy relationships is effective communication. Open, honest, and respectful communication allows us to express our feelings, thoughts, and needs clearly while also being receptive to the perspectives of others. By actively listening and engaging in meaningful dialogue, we create a space where both individuals feel heard, understood, and valued. This exchange strengthens the emotional bond between people, fosters trust, and minimizes misunderstandings. Regular communication also helps to prevent conflicts from escalating and encourages a deeper level of emotional connection. Trust is another cornerstone of healthy relationships. Without trust, relationships can feel insecure, unstable, and strained. Building trust takes time and requires consistency in words and actions. Being reliable, keeping promises, and demonstrating loyalty are all essential in establishing a foundation of trust. Additionally, trust is nurtured when individuals feel safe being vulnerable with each other, sharing both their strengths and weaknesses without fear of judgment or betrayal. Trust deepens the emotional intimacy in relationships, creating a space where both people can be authentic and open, knowing they are supported. Respect is equally essential in any healthy relationship. It means honoring each other's boundaries, needs, and feelings, and recognizing the inherent value in one another as individuals. Respect allows us to approach our relationships with kindness and consideration, fostering an environment of mutual appreciation. It also means understanding that differences, whether in opinions, values, or life choices, are natural and should be acknowledged and embraced, not judged or criticized. In relationships where respect is present, both individuals feel valued and accepted for who they truly are, which strengthens their connection and creates a harmonious atmosphere. Compassion and empathy are vital in nurturing healthy relationships. These qualities enable us to understand and support each other through life's challenges, providing emotional comfort and care. When we approach our relationships with compassion, we not only offer comfort to others during tough times, but we also strengthen the bond by showing our willingness to share in their emotional experiences. Empathy, the ability to put ourselves in someone else's shoes, deepens our understanding and fosters genuine concern for each other's well-being. This emotional reciprocity builds a strong foundation for a relationship to thrive. Lastly, maintaining healthy boundaries is crucial in sustaining long-term relationships. Boundaries are not about creating distance, but rather about respecting personal space, needs, and limits. By establishing and communicating boundaries clearly, individuals ensure that both people's emotional and physical needs are met without feeling overwhelmed or drained. Healthy boundaries contribute to a sense of independence within the relationship while preserving the connection and mutual respect. In conclusion, nurturing healthy relationships is essential for happiness and well-being. By fostering trust, communication, respect, compassion, and boundaries, we create an environment where love and connection can thrive. These healthy relationships not only contribute to our joy, but also provide a strong support system through life's ups and downs, enhancing our overall sense of fulfillment and contentment. Setting boundaries for inner peace. Setting boundaries is a crucial practice for maintaining inner peace and protecting our mental and emotional well-being. Boundaries allow us to define our limits, communicate our needs, and preserve our energy, ensuring that we can engage with the world in a way that is healthy and balanced. Without clear boundaries, we risk feeling overwhelmed, drained, and disconnected from ourselves. In this section, we will explore the importance of setting boundaries, how they contribute to inner peace, and the steps we can take to create and maintain them in our relationships and daily lives. At its core, setting boundaries is about self-respect. It is an acknowledgement of our right to prioritize our own needs and well-being without feeling guilty or selfish. Boundaries are not about shutting people out or creating distance. Rather, they are about establishing clear guidelines for how we want to be treated and how we interact with others. When we set boundaries, we communicate to ourselves and others that our feelings, time, and energy are valuable. This clarity helps to prevent emotional burnout, stress, and resentment, which are often the result of unspoken expectations or the inability to say no. One of the primary ways that boundaries contribute to inner peace is by creating a sense of control and stability in our lives. In a world where we are constantly bombarded with demands, distractions, and external pressures, boundaries help us carve out the space we need to focus on what truly matters. By learning to say no when necessary, we free ourselves from obligations or commitments that don't align with our values or goals. This enables us to direct our energy toward the things that bring us joy, fulfillment, and personal growth. The more we honor our boundaries, the more we reinforce a sense of agency and peace within ourselves. Setting boundaries also allows us to protect our emotional well-being. Many of us have experienced relationships or situations where we felt emotionally drained or taken advantage of because we didn't communicate our needs clearly. Healthy boundaries help to prevent emotional exhaustion by ensuring that we are not constantly giving without receiving in return. In relationships, boundaries enable us to engage in mutual respect and understanding, where both parties are mindful of each other's needs and limitations. By setting clear boundaries, we establish a foundation of respect, where we are free to be ourselves without fear of judgment, manipulation, or exploitation. In addition to protecting our emotional energy, boundaries also support our mental clarity. When we establish limits around our time, attention, and focus, we reduce the mental clutter that can lead to stress and overwhelm. Setting boundaries helps us prioritize our tasks, avoid unnecessary distractions, and create a sense of balance in our lives. This mental space allows us to approach our responsibilities with a clear mind and a calm demeanor, ultimately leading to greater peace of mind. The process of setting boundaries is not always easy, especially if we are used to people-pleasing or avoiding conflict. However, learning to assert ourselves and communicate our needs with confidence is essential for our well-being. Start by identifying areas in your life where you feel overextended, stressed, or resentful. These are often indicators that boundaries need to be set. Once you recognize where boundaries are needed, practice saying no or asking for space when necessary, and do so with kindness and clarity. In conclusion, setting boundaries is an essential practice for cultivating inner peace. By protecting our emotional and mental well-being, creating space for ourselves, and maintaining healthy relationships, boundaries allow us to live more intentionally and with greater contentment. When we respect our own limits, we create the foundation for a peaceful, balanced, and fulfilling life. Chapter 7: Joy in the Everyday. Finding joy in the everyday is one of the most powerful ways to cultivate lasting happiness. While we often associate joy with significant achievements or extraordinary moments, true happiness can be found in the small, seemingly mundane aspects of daily life. By learning to appreciate the simple things, we can create a life that is filled with gratitude, mindfulness, and a deeper connection to the present moment. In this chapter, we will explore how to uncover joy in the everyday and how these small moments of happiness can contribute to a more fulfilling life. One of the keys to finding joy in the everyday is shifting our focus from what we lack to what we have. In a world that constantly encourages comparison and striving for more, it's easy to overlook the abundance already present in our lives. By practicing gratitude and consciously recognizing the things we are thankful for, whether it's a warm cup of coffee, a beautiful sunset, or a friendly conversation, we can begin to see joy in the ordinary moments. This shift in perspective helps us appreciate the richness of life as it is, without needing to chase after something bigger or better. Mindfulness also plays a crucial role in discovering joy in the everyday. When we slow down and fully engage in the present moment, we open ourselves to the beauty and wonder that surrounds us. Whether it's savoring the taste of a meal, enjoying the sound of laughter, or feeling the warmth of the sun on our skin, mindfulness helps us to become more attuned to the small joys that often go unnoticed. By practicing mindfulness, we not only enhance our ability to experience joy, but we also foster a sense of peace and contentment in our daily lives. Another way to find joy in the everyday is through the act of self-care. Taking time to care for ourselves, whether through a relaxing bath, a walk in nature, or simply enjoying a few quiet moments, helps to recharge our mental, emotional, and physical energy. Self-care is a reminder that we are worthy of joy and happiness, and by prioritizing our well-being, we create space for more of these moments to unfold. When we take care of ourselves, we are better able to engage with the world around us and appreciate the little things that bring us joy. Connection with others also enhances the joy we experience in everyday life. The relationships we cultivate, whether with family, friends, or even strangers, add meaning and depth to our daily experiences. A warm hug, a shared laugh, or a thoughtful conversation can infuse our day with positivity and remind us of the importance of human connection. By being present with others and cultivating meaningful relationships, we create moments of joy that uplift not only ourselves, but those around us. In conclusion, joy in the everyday is about shifting our focus and embracing the simple, beautiful moments that make up our lives. By practicing gratitude, mindfulness, self-care, and fostering connections, we can uncover joy in the ordinary and create a life that feels rich with happiness. These small moments of joy, when fully appreciated, have the power to transform our overall experience of life, filling it with contentment, peace, and fulfillment. Finding happiness in small moments. Happiness often feels elusive, something we expect to find in grand achievements or distant dreams. However, the secret to true contentment often lies in the small, everyday moments that are easy to overlook. These fleeting instances, whether it's the warmth of the sun on your face, the sound of birds singing, or a quiet moment of reflection, hold immense potential for joy. By learning to appreciate and embrace these small moments, we can cultivate a deeper sense of happiness and fulfillment in our lives. In this section, we will explore how to find happiness in the little things and why these seemingly insignificant moments are essential for a joyful life. The key to finding happiness in small moments is mindfulness, being fully present in the here and now. When we become more attuned to the world around us, we begin to notice the small details that might otherwise go unnoticed. The texture of a favorite book, the laughter of a child, the smell of freshly baked bread. These moments, while small, are rich with beauty and meaning. By practicing mindfulness, we can slow down and truly experience the present, allowing these simple joys to fill us with happiness. Another way to find happiness in small moments is by cultivating gratitude. Gratitude shifts our focus away from what is lacking in our lives and directs our attention to what is already good. By acknowledging the small blessings in our daily routine, whether it's a good cup of coffee, a kind gesture from a friend, or a few quiet minutes to ourselves, we foster a deeper sense of appreciation. Gratitude amplifies our awareness of life's simple pleasures, making them feel more abundant and meaningful. It reminds us that happiness is not always found in the big milestones, but in the little things that we often take for granted. Small moments of happiness also arise from simple acts of kindness. Whether it's giving a compliment, offering a helping hand, or simply listening to someone, these acts not only brighten the day of others, but also bring joy to ourselves. Helping others fosters a sense of connection and purpose, and the positive emotions we experience from these small acts can elevate our overall happiness. Moreover, when we are kind to ourselves, whether through self-care, a quiet moment of rest, or positive self-talk, we nurture our own happiness from within. Furthermore, embracing small moments can lead to greater emotional resilience. Life is filled with ups and downs, but when we find joy in the little things, we create a buffer against stress and hardship. These moments provide comfort, grounding us during difficult times and reminding us that even in the midst of challenges, happiness is still accessible. By focusing on the positive aspects of our daily lives, we can build emotional strength and maintain a sense of peace even in turbulent times. In conclusion, finding happiness in small moments is a powerful practice that can transform our experience of life. By cultivating mindfulness, gratitude, and kindness, we learn to appreciate the beauty in everyday moments. These small moments of joy, when noticed and celebrated, add up to a life filled with happiness, contentment, and fulfillment. Happiness is not always something we have to chase. It's often already present, waiting to be recognized in the simple, quiet moments that make up our day. Mindfulness practices for everyday joy. Mindfulness is the practice of being fully present and engaged in the moment without judgment. It allows us to experience life in its purest form, free from distractions and the constant pull of future or past concerns. When we incorporate mindfulness into our daily routines, we open ourselves to a deeper appreciation of life's simple pleasures. Mindfulness is not reserved for meditation sessions or quiet moments of solitude. It can be practiced throughout the day, bringing joy and contentment into even the busiest moments. In this section, we will explore some practical mindfulness techniques to cultivate everyday joy. One of the most effective mindfulness practices is mindful breathing. Taking a few minutes throughout the day to focus on your breath can center your mind and bring you back to the present moment. Whether you're standing in line, driving, or working at your desk, simply paying attention to the rhythm of your breath can help clear your mind and reduce stress. Breathing deeply and consciously also promotes relaxation, which allows you to better appreciate the small moments of joy around you. By making mindful breathing a habit, you create a grounding presence in your daily life that fosters calmness and happiness. Another powerful mindfulness practice is mindful observation. This involves taking the time to fully engage with your surroundings and notice details that you may usually overlook. When walking down the street, for instance, instead of rushing or letting your mind wander, pay attention to the sights, sounds, and smells around you. Notice the colors of the sky, the rustling of leaves, or the texture of the pavement beneath your feet. By tuning into these sensory experiences, you anchor yourself in the present and experience the world with a renewed sense of wonder and appreciation. This practice not only enhances your joy, but also helps you become more attuned to life's simple beauties. Mindful eating is another practice that can bring greater joy to everyday life. In a world where meals are often rushed or consumed mindlessly, taking the time to savor each bite can transform the eating experience. Whether it's a simple snack or a full meal, try to engage all your senses. Notice the taste, texture, aroma, and colors of your food. Eating mindfully allows you to truly appreciate the nourishment you're providing your body, and it also creates a deeper connection to the present moment. This practice encourages gratitude for the food we have, enhancing our joy and satisfaction. Gratitude journaling is a mindfulness practice that invites reflection and appreciation for the good things in our lives. By writing down 3 things you're grateful for each day, you shift your focus away from what's lacking and begin to recognize the abundance already present. This practice can be done in the morning, before bed, or at any moment when you feel the need to reconnect with positivity. Over time, gratitude journaling helps to train the mind to notice and celebrate the small moments of joy that we may otherwise overlook. It's a simple yet powerful way to cultivate happiness on a daily basis. Finally, mindfulness in movement, whether through yoga, walking, or any other form of physical activity, can deepen your connection to the present moment. Moving with awareness, paying attention to the sensations in your body, and being conscious of your breath as you move fosters a sense of harmony and presence. This practice not only boosts physical well-being, but also enhances mental clarity, emotional balance, and overall happiness. In conclusion, mindfulness practices offer a simple yet profound way to bring joy into everyday life. By incorporating techniques such as mindful breathing, mindful observation, mindful eating, gratitude journaling, and mindfulness in movement, we can develop a deeper awareness of the present moment. These practices invite us to slow down, appreciate the small moments, and cultivate a sense of peace and contentment that lasts throughout the day. Mindfulness helps us find joy not just in special moments, but in the simple, ordinary experiences that make up our lives. Embracing the present moment. In a world that often feels fast-paced and overwhelming, it's easy to get caught up in the past or worry about the future. Yet, the true essence of life lies in the present moment. When we embrace the present, we free ourselves from the constant distractions of what has already happened or what might come. Living fully in the now allows us to experience life with greater clarity, peace, and joy. In this section, we will explore how embracing the present moment can enhance our happiness and bring a deeper sense of fulfillment to our lives. The present moment is the only time we truly have. The past is behind us, and the future is uncertain. Often, we find ourselves ruminating on past mistakes or successes, or anxiously planning for an unknown future. These thoughts, while natural, can prevent us from fully experiencing and appreciating the moment we're in. When we focus too much on what was or what might be, we miss out on the beauty of what is right in front of us. Embracing the present moment means letting go of the past and future and allowing ourselves to be fully immersed in the now. One of the easiest ways to embrace the present moment is through mindfulness. By paying attention to our thoughts, feelings, and physical sensations in the here and now, we deepen our connection to the present. Mindfulness encourages us to observe our surroundings and engage with life as it unfolds. Whether it's feeling the warmth of the sun on our skin, hearing the sound of laughter, or tasting the sweetness of our food, these small moments become profound when we fully embrace them. The more we practice mindfulness, the more we come to realize that the present moment holds all the joy and contentment we seek. Another key aspect of embracing the present is letting go of perfectionism. Often we find ourselves waiting for the perfect moment or chasing an idealized version of life that doesn't exist. This constant striving can lead to frustration, dissatisfaction, and a sense of never being truly content. Embracing the present moment means accepting things as they are, imperfections and all. It's about finding joy in the messiness of life and realizing that we don't need everything to be perfect in order to experience happiness. In fact, it's in the imperfections that we often find the most meaningful and authentic moments of joy. Embracing the present moment also involves releasing judgment, both of ourselves and others. When we stop judging each moment as good or bad, we free ourselves from unnecessary stress and anxiety. Instead, we learn to accept and appreciate things as they are, without the need for constant evaluation. This acceptance allows us to experience life with a greater sense of peace, as we stop fighting against the present and instead align ourselves with it. Finally, embracing the present moment enhances our relationships with others. When we are fully present with someone, we give them the gift of our undivided attention. This fosters deeper connections and creates a more meaningful exchange. Instead of being distracted by our own thoughts or devices, we listen, engage, and truly experience the shared moment. These authentic connections are the foundation of joy and happiness in our relationships. In conclusion, embracing the present moment is essential for cultivating a joyful and fulfilling life. By letting go of past regrets and future worries, practicing mindfulness, accepting imperfections, releasing judgment, and nurturing authentic connections, we learn to live fully in the here and now. The present moment holds the key to true happiness, and when we embrace it, we unlock the door to a life filled with peace, joy, and contentment. Chapter 8, The Joy of Giving. Giving is one of the most powerful expressions of joy, not just for the recipient, but also for the giver. Whether through acts of kindness, sharing our time, or offering material resources, the act of giving connects us to others and to a deeper sense of purpose. Contrary to the common belief that happiness is something we must acquire, the joy of giving reveals that happiness often comes from what we offer to the world around us. In this chapter, we will explore how giving enriches our lives and contributes to lasting happiness. At its core, giving is an act of generosity that transcends the material. It's about offering something that comes from the heart, whether it's a simple gesture of kindness, a thoughtful gift, or the sharing of our time and energy. When we give, we move beyond ourselves, creating bonds with others and contributing to the well-being of the world around us. This sense of connection and contribution generates feelings of fulfillment and joy as we realize that our actions are making a positive impact. One of the most profound ways giving leads to happiness is through the act of selflessness. In a world that often emphasizes individual success and achievement, giving helps us step outside of our own needs and desires. It allows us to focus on others, which shifts our perspective and creates a sense of gratitude and fulfillment. This selfless act not only brings joy to the person receiving, but also strengthens our sense of purpose, reminding us that we are part of something greater than ourselves. The joy of giving also stems from the deep sense of connection it fosters. When we give, we create opportunities for shared experiences and build relationships. Whether it's helping a friend through a difficult time, volunteering in a community, or donating to a cause we believe in, giving creates a sense of solidarity and shared humanity. These connections not only enrich the lives of others, but also enhance our own emotional well-being. They provide a sense of belonging and remind us that we are not isolated, but part of a larger interconnected world. Additionally, giving boosts our own happiness by promoting a sense of well-being. Studies have shown that acts of kindness and generosity activate the brain's reward centers, releasing feel-good chemicals such as oxytocin and dopamine. These happy chemicals contribute to an overall sense of joy, reinforcing the idea that the more we give, the more we receive in return, emotionally and psychologically. Whether it's through a smile, a helping hand, or a donation, these acts of giving have a profound impact on our own mental and emotional state, making us feel more fulfilled and content. Giving also cultivates a mindset of abundance. When we give freely, we send the message that we trust in the flow of life, that there is enough to go around, and that by sharing, we are contributing to the greater good. This mindset challenges the scarcity mentality, which can lead to feelings of fear and lack, and instead encourages a sense of trust and abundance. By embracing the joy of giving, we align ourselves with a worldview that celebrates generosity, kindness, and shared prosperity. In conclusion, the joy of giving is a transformative practice that not only brings happiness to others, but also deepens our own sense of fulfillment. By offering our time, resources, and love, we create meaningful connections, contribute to the greater good, and reinforce our own sense of well-being. Giving is a reminder that joy is not something we acquire, but something we share. In giving, we find that happiness is not just a destination, but a journey that flourishes through connection, generosity, and love. The connection between giving and happiness. The connection between giving and happiness is a powerful and well-documented phenomenon. At its heart, giving fosters a sense of fulfillment and joy that extends far beyond the immediate benefits of the act itself. While receiving might bring temporary pleasure, giving has the unique ability to create lasting happiness, not just for the recipient, but also for the giver. In this section, we will explore how the simple act of giving can enhance our emotional well-being and contribute to a deeper, more lasting sense of joy. When we give, we often experience a surge of positive emotions. This is not just a fleeting feeling, but a profound psychological and emotional response. Studies have shown that giving activates regions of the brain associated with reward and pleasure. Acts of kindness, whether large or small, release chemicals such as oxytocin and dopamine, which are often referred to as the feel-good hormones. These chemicals not only boost our mood, but also create a sense of emotional satisfaction. By giving, we are not only helping others, but also nourishing our own emotional state, creating a cycle of happiness that benefits both parties involved. Giving also helps to reinforce a sense of connection and belonging. As social beings, we are wired for connection, and when we give to others, we strengthen our bonds with them. Whether it's a friend, family member, or even a stranger, acts of generosity create a shared experience that fosters trust and mutual respect. This sense of connection is essential for our emotional well-being, as it counters feelings of isolation and loneliness. The more we give, the more we deepen our relationships and enrich our social networks, which are crucial components of long-term happiness. Furthermore, giving encourages a mindset of abundance rather than scarcity. In a world where many are conditioned to focus on what they lack or desire, giving shifts our perspective. It reminds us that there is more than enough to go around, that our resources, whether time, energy, or material possessions, can be shared without diminishing our own happiness. This mindset of abundance cultivates gratitude, helping us recognize and appreciate the many blessings we already have in our lives. When we give from a place of abundance, we experience a greater sense of joy as we learn to see the world through a lens of generosity and appreciation. Another powerful aspect of the connection between giving and happiness is the sense of purpose it provides. Giving allows us to step outside of ourselves and focus on the needs of others. This selflessness nurtures a sense of meaning in our lives, as we recognize the positive impact we can have on the world around us. Helping others can be a deeply fulfilling experience, providing a sense of purpose and satisfaction that enhances our overall happiness. When we give with intention, we are reminded that our actions matter and that we can make a difference, no matter how small. In conclusion, the connection between giving and happiness is a profound one. Through giving, we experience emotional rewards, strengthen our relationships, cultivate a mindset of abundance, and find a greater sense of purpose in our lives. Giving is a gift, not only to others, but to ourselves, creating a ripple effect of joy that spreads far beyond the moment of generosity. By embracing the power of giving, we unlock a deeper, more lasting happiness that enriches both our own lives and the lives of those around us. Acts of kindness and their impact. Acts of kindness, whether big or small, have a profound impact not only on the recipients, but also on the individuals performing the acts. These simple gestures of goodwill have the ability to uplift, heal, and create positive change, both on an individual level and within communities. Kindness has a ripple effect that spreads far beyond the initial interaction, fostering a culture of compassion and empathy. In this section, we will explore the transformative power of acts of kindness and how they contribute to happiness and well-being. The most immediate impact of an act of kindness is the emotional boost it provides to both the giver and the receiver. When we perform a kind act, we often experience feelings of joy, satisfaction, and pride. This emotional uplift is not just fleeting, it has a lasting effect on our overall mood and mental health. Acts of kindness activate the brain's reward system, releasing chemicals like dopamine and oxytocin, which are associated with happiness and connection. These feel-good hormones help reduce stress and anxiety, promoting a sense of well-being that enhances our own happiness. The more we give, the more we receive in terms of emotional fulfillment. For the recipient, kindness can be a source of comfort, hope, and encouragement. Even small gestures such as a friendly smile, a listening ear, or a thoughtful compliment can make a significant difference in someone's day. Kindness has the power to restore a sense of trust in humanity, especially during difficult or challenging times. It reminds people that they are seen, valued, and cared for. This sense of being acknowledged and supported can help reduce feelings of loneliness, isolation, and despair, which are often barriers to happiness. Acts of kindness also have a far-reaching impact by fostering a sense of community. When we perform acts of kindness, we contribute to the collective well-being of those around us. Whether it's helping a neighbor, volunteering at a local charity, or supporting a cause we believe in, these actions help build stronger, more compassionate communities. Kindness creates bonds between individuals and encourages a culture of mutual respect and understanding. As we witness the positive effects of kindness, we are inspired to pay it forward, continuing the cycle of goodwill and spreading happiness to others. On a societal level, acts of kindness can create significant social change. When kindness becomes a widespread value, it has the potential to shift societal norms and promote positive transformation. Small acts of kindness can snowball into larger movements of compassion, justice, and collective support. Whether it's through community outreach, advocacy, or even simple everyday actions, kindness has the power to challenge inequality, reduce conflict, and promote harmony. It serves as a reminder that we all have the ability to make the world a better place, one kind act at a time. In conclusion, acts of kindness are a powerful tool for promoting happiness and well-being. They create positive emotional experiences, strengthen relationships, and foster a sense of belonging within communities. Through kindness, we are reminded of our shared humanity and our capacity to make a difference in the world. Whether through small gestures or large commitments, acts of kindness have a lasting impact on both the giver and the receiver, contributing to a more joyful, compassionate, and connected world. Creating a legacy of joy. Creating a legacy of joy is not about leaving behind material wealth or grand achievements, but rather about fostering happiness, positivity, and kindness that ripples through generations. It is about living in a way that inspires others to embrace joy, spread kindness, and find meaning in the small moments of life. This type of legacy is built not on what we accumulate, but on the values we embody, the relationships we cultivate, and the ways we uplift those around us. In this section, we will explore how to create a legacy that contributes to lasting joy, both for ourselves and for those who come after us. At the heart of a legacy of joy is a commitment to living authentically and with intention. It's about cultivating an attitude of gratitude, kindness, and generosity, and making choices that reflect these values every day. By living in a way that brings joy to ourselves and others, we set an example that can influence the people around us, including family, friends, and even strangers. The impact of our actions may not always be immediately visible, but over time, the seeds of joy we plant can grow into something meaningful and enduring. One of the most powerful ways to create a legacy of joy is through the relationships we build. The connections we nurture with others, whether through acts of kindness, words of encouragement, or simply being present, have a lasting impact. These relationships become a foundation of support, understanding, and love that extends far beyond our lifetimes. When we treat others with compassion and respect, we create an environment where joy can thrive, not just in our own lives, but in the lives of those we touch. Our legacy is, in many ways, defined by the connections we create and the positive influence we have on those we interact with. Another key component of creating a legacy of joy is the practice of giving, whether it's our time, resources, or love. Acts of generosity create a sense of abundance that reverberates across generations. When we give, we not only bring happiness to others, but we also create a cycle of kindness that continues long after we're gone. Whether through volunteering, supporting a cause, or simply offering help to those in need, giving contributes to a world where joy is shared and passed along. Our legacy is reflected in the positive changes we help bring about, the lives we touch, and the acts of kindness that continue in our wake. In addition, a legacy of joy is built on embracing the present moment and encouraging others to do the same. By appreciating life as it unfolds, we inspire those around us to savor the beauty and meaning in the everyday. Instead of focusing on what we don't have or what we're waiting for, we create a culture of joy by living fully in the now. This practice of mindfulness and presence can leave a profound mark on future generations, teaching them that happiness is not something to be chased, but something to be experienced in every moment. In conclusion, creating a legacy of joy is about living a life that inspires others to embrace happiness, kindness, and gratitude. By nurturing relationships, giving generously, and living authentically, we can leave behind a legacy that not only enriches our own lives, but also contributes to the joy and well-being of those who come after us. The legacy we create is not measured by what we leave behind in material terms, but by the love, kindness, and joy we share with others, and the impact it has on the world around us. Chapter 9, Living a Purposeful Life. Living a purposeful life is the key to experiencing true happiness and fulfillment. It goes beyond simply going through the motions of daily existence, offering a deeper sense of direction and meaning. A purposeful life is one that aligns with our values, passions, and the positive impact we wish to have on the world. It provides a sense of clarity and focus, grounding us in the present moment while offering a vision for the future. In this chapter, we will explore what it means to live with purpose and how doing so contributes to lasting joy. At its core, living a purposeful life involves understanding what truly matters to us. It requires introspection and self-awareness, asking ourselves questions like, what are my values? What drives me? What legacy do I want to leave behind? These are not questions we can answer overnight, but they are crucial in helping us define our path. When we live in alignment with our values, we make choices that reflect our authentic selves which leads to a sense of satisfaction and peace. Purpose gives our lives a sense of direction and helps us navigate challenges with resilience. When we have a clear sense of why we do what we do, we are better equipped to handle obstacles. Life will inevitably present difficulties, but having a purpose allows us to see these challenges as opportunities for growth rather than roadblocks. Purpose becomes our compass, guiding us through uncertainty and helping us stay focused on what truly matters, even when things feel overwhelming. Living a purposeful life also involves contributing to something greater than ourselves. Whether through our work, relationships, or community involvement, having a sense of purpose often includes making a positive impact on the lives of others. This contribution, no matter how small, reinforces the idea that we are part of something larger, which fosters a deep sense of connection and belonging. Helping others and contributing to the collective well-being brings not only satisfaction, but also joy, as it reinforces the understanding that our lives have meaning. Another powerful aspect of living a purposeful life is the sense of fulfillment it brings. When we are pursuing something meaningful, we feel energized and motivated. The pursuit of purpose infuses our days with intention, making every action feel like a step towards something greater. Whether it's working on a passion project, caring for loved ones, or advocating for a cause we believe in, living with purpose creates a sense of fulfillment that fuels our inner joy. In conclusion, living a purposeful life is a cornerstone of lasting happiness. It provides clarity, direction, and a sense of belonging. By aligning our actions with our values, contributing to something greater than ourselves, and embracing challenges as opportunities for growth, we can create a life filled with meaning and joy. Purpose not only guides us through difficult times, but also enhances the moments of peace and contentment. When we live purposefully, we live fully, embracing every step of the journey with intention and joy. The link between purpose and fulfillment. Purpose and fulfillment are deeply intertwined, each reinforcing and amplifying the other. To live with purpose is to live with direction, clarity, and meaning, elements that naturally lead to a sense of fulfillment. When we have a clear understanding of our purpose, we are more likely to feel a profound sense of satisfaction and joy in our lives. In this section, we will explore the connection between purpose and fulfillment, and how living with intention can lead to a richer, more meaningful existence. At its core, fulfillment is about feeling that our lives matter, that we are contributing to something larger than ourselves. When we have a sense of purpose, we are aligned with our true values and passions, which creates a sense of harmony within. This internal alignment is key to fulfillment because it means we are not merely reacting to life's demands, but actively living according to what we believe is important. Purpose gives our actions meaning, and when our actions align with our values, we experience a deeper sense of contentment and peace. One of the reasons purpose leads to fulfillment is that it helps us set clear goals and priorities. When we know what we are working toward, it becomes easier to stay motivated and focused, even when challenges arise. Purpose provides us with a framework for decision-making and helps us filter out distractions that don't serve our greater vision. This clarity leads to a greater sense of control over our lives, which fosters fulfillment. When we feel like we are in the driver's seat, working towards something that resonates deeply with us, we experience a sense of accomplishment and pride. Moreover, living with purpose often involves making a positive impact on others, which is an essential component of fulfillment. Whether through our work, relationships, or community involvement, contributing to the well-being of others brings a deep sense of meaning. Helping others can create a sense of connection, reminding us that we are part of a larger, interconnected world. This connection fosters feelings of belonging, a key aspect of fulfillment. Knowing that our actions can improve the lives of others adds to our own sense of satisfaction and purpose. Purpose also gives us resilience in the face of adversity. Life's challenges are inevitable, but when we are guided by a clear purpose, we are better equipped to handle setbacks. Instead of seeing obstacles as roadblocks, we view them as opportunities for growth. Purpose helps us navigate difficulties with determination and hope, knowing that each challenge is a step along the path to something greater. This perspective makes it easier to bounce back from setbacks and continue moving forward, which is key to maintaining a sense of fulfillment over time. In conclusion, the link between purpose and fulfillment is one of profound importance. Purpose provides direction, clarity, and meaning, while fulfillment offers the emotional reward that comes from living in alignment with our values and contributing to the world around us. When we live with purpose, we create a life filled with satisfaction, joy, and a deep sense of accomplishment. By pursuing what truly matters to us and making a positive impact on others, we experience the fulfillment that arises from living a life of intention and meaning. How to identify your life's purpose. Identifying your life's purpose is a deeply personal and transformative process. It requires introspection, patience, and a willingness to explore your true desires, values, and passions. Life's purpose is not always something we can pinpoint immediately, but rather something that unfolds over time, shaped by experiences, growth, and reflection. Understanding your purpose provides a clear sense of direction, guiding you toward a more meaningful and fulfilling life. In this section, we will explore how to identify your life's purpose and what steps you can take to align your actions with your deeper calling. The first step in identifying your life's purpose is to engage in self-reflection. This involves taking a step back from the hustle and bustle of daily life and allowing yourself the space to think deeply about who you are, what you value, and what brings you joy. Ask yourself questions like, what are my core values? What activities make me feel energized and alive? What impact do I want to have on others and the world? Reflecting on these questions can help clarify what truly matters to you and point you toward your purpose. It is essential to be honest with yourself during this process and embrace the insights that arise. Next, consider the moments in your life when you felt the most fulfilled or inspired. These moments often provide clues about your purpose. Think about times when you've been deeply engaged in an activity, when time seemed to stand still, or when you felt a deep sense of satisfaction or accomplishment. What were you doing in those moments? Who were you with? These experiences can offer valuable insights into your passions and strengths, helping you to better understand what your purpose may look like in practice. Another crucial aspect of identifying your life's purpose is to listen to your intuition. Often we have a gut sense of what feels right for us, but we may suppress or ignore it in favor of external expectations or societal norms. Trusting your inner voice and paying attention to the subtle feelings and urges that arise can guide you toward your purpose. Your intuition is a powerful tool for recognizing what aligns with your authentic self. By practicing mindfulness and being present in the moment, you can tune in to these intuitive signals that can lead you toward a deeper understanding of your life's purpose. In addition, identifying your purpose often involves exploring your strengths and talents. What are you naturally good at? What skills or abilities come effortlessly to you? These strengths are often aligned with your life's purpose, as they can be used to contribute to others and make a positive impact. Whether through creative expression, problem solving, or helping others, leveraging your strengths can help guide you toward a path that feels purposeful and fulfilling. Finally, it is important to remember that your life's purpose is not fixed. It can evolve over time as you grow and change. As you gain new experiences, your purpose may shift or expand, and that is perfectly normal. Be open to the possibility that your purpose may not always look the way you expect it to, and be willing to adapt as needed. Your journey toward purpose is a dynamic one, and the process of discovery is ongoing. In conclusion, identifying your life's purpose requires self-reflection, listening to your intuition, and exploring your strengths and passions. By taking the time to understand what truly matters to you, what excites you, and how you wish to contribute to the world, you can align your life with your deeper calling. While the journey to uncovering your purpose may take time, the clarity and fulfillment it brings are well worth the effort. Aligning your actions with your values. Aligning your actions with your values is one of the most powerful ways to create a meaningful and fulfilling life. When we live in harmony with what truly matters to us, we experience a deeper sense of satisfaction and inner peace. However, this alignment is not always easy to achieve. It requires self-awareness, commitment, and the courage to make choices that reflect our authentic selves, even when faced with challenges or external pressures. In this section, we will explore how to align your actions with your values and why doing so is essential for living a purposeful and joyful life. The first step in aligning your actions with your values is identifying what those values are. Our values represent the principles that guide our decisions and behavior, and they serve as the foundation for how we interact with the world. These values can range from honesty and compassion to creativity and independence. To uncover your core values, reflect on the moments in your life when you felt proud, fulfilled, or deeply satisfied. What was happening during those times? What qualities did you exhibit? And what actions felt aligned with who you truly are? Understanding your values provides clarity on what is most important to you, giving you a roadmap for making decisions and taking actions that are in line with your true self. Once you have a clear understanding of your values, it's essential to evaluate your current actions. Do they reflect your values? Are there areas in your life where you feel disconnected from your values, perhaps due to external influences, fear, or a lack of awareness? Take a moment to assess your daily behaviors, decisions, and priorities. If you find areas where your actions are not in alignment with your values, this is an opportunity for growth and change. The goal is not to judge yourself, but to become aware of the areas where you may be drifting away from your core beliefs. Aligning your actions with your values often requires making intentional choices. In a world filled with distractions and competing demands, it can be easy to prioritize what is urgent over what is truly important. However, when you consciously choose to make decisions based on your values, you create a life that feels more authentic and satisfying. This might mean setting boundaries, saying no to things that don't serve your values, or making decisions that prioritize long-term fulfillment over short-term comfort. While it may be challenging at first, with practice, it becomes easier to align your actions with your values, and the rewards are well worth the effort. Another important aspect of alignment is being consistent. It's not enough to make a value-driven choice once in a while. We must consistently reinforce our values through our actions. This consistency helps build a sense of integrity and trust with ourselves, which fosters confidence and peace of mind. When our actions are congruent with our values, we experience less inner conflict and more harmony in our lives. This alignment not only strengthens our self-relationship, but also has a positive impact on the relationships we have with others, as our actions reflect our authenticity. In conclusion, aligning your actions with your values is a transformative practice that leads to a more authentic, joyful, and fulfilling life. By identifying your core values, evaluating your current behaviors, and making intentional choices that reflect your true self, you can create a life of purpose and meaning. While it requires effort and self-awareness, living in an alignment with your values allows you to experience greater satisfaction and peace, knowing that your actions are contributing to the life you truly desire. Chapter 10: Sustaining Your Joy. Sustaining joy over time is not about maintaining a constant state of happiness, but rather about cultivating practices and mindsets that allow joy to remain a steady companion, even through life's ups and downs. True joy is rooted in resilience, self-awareness, and the ability to adapt to change. It is a state of being that can be nurtured and protected, even in the face of challenges. In this chapter, we will explore how to sustain your joy by building habits and mindsets that support long-term happiness and well-being. The foundation of sustaining joy begins with self-care. This is not just about treating yourself to occasional indulgences, but about consistently taking care of your physical, emotional, and mental health. When we prioritize self-care, we replenish our energy, reduce stress, and create a solid foundation for joy. This can involve physical activities such as exercise, eating nourishing foods, and getting enough rest. It also includes emotional self-care, such as setting aside time for relaxation, engaging in activities that bring you peace, and seeking support when needed. By regularly tending to your needs, you ensure that your joy is not fleeting, but rooted in a healthy, balanced lifestyle. Another important aspect of sustaining joy is cultivating a positive mindset. Our thoughts shape our experiences, and how we think about ourselves and the world has a direct impact on our happiness. By practicing gratitude, focusing on solutions instead of problems, and reframing challenges as opportunities for growth, we can shift our mindset to one that supports lasting joy. Positive thinking doesn't mean ignoring difficulties, but it involves choosing to focus on the good, even in tough situations. Over time, this shift in perspective creates a resilient foundation for joy, making it easier to stay optimistic, even when life is uncertain. Additionally, sustaining joy involves maintaining a sense of purpose. As we explored in earlier chapters, living with purpose brings clarity, direction, and fulfillment. Without a sense of purpose, it can be easy to drift through life and lose sight of what truly matters. Regularly revisiting your values and goals helps to keep your life aligned with what brings you meaning, providing a source of motivation and joy. When your actions are connected to your deeper purpose, you experience a lasting sense of satisfaction that goes beyond momentary happiness. Connection with others also plays a crucial role in sustaining joy. Positive relationships are one of the most significant contributors to long-term happiness. By nurturing supportive, loving, and meaningful connections, you create a network of people who uplift and encourage you. This sense of community provides emotional support during difficult times and amplifies joy during good times. Taking the time to build and maintain these relationships enriches your life and ensures that your joy is shared and sustained in a meaningful way. Finally, embracing flexibility is key to sustaining joy. Life is unpredictable, and unexpected changes can challenge our sense of happiness. However, when we learn to adapt and let go of rigid expectations, we become more resilient. Flexibility allows us to navigate change with grace and maintain our joy through uncertainty. By accepting that life will have both highs and lows, we learn to ride the waves without losing our sense of peace and fulfillment. In conclusion, sustaining your joy is about creating a lifestyle that nurtures happiness on a deep and lasting level. Through consistent self-care, positive thinking, purposeful living, strong relationships, and flexibility, you can protect and cultivate your joy over time. While challenges will inevitably arise, these practices help you stay grounded in your joy, ensuring that it remains a constant, even in the face of life's inevitable changes. Maintaining happiness through life's ups and downs. Life is a series of ebbs and flows, with moments of joy often balanced by challenges and setbacks. The key to maintaining happiness throughout these fluctuations lies not in avoiding difficulties, but in developing the resilience to navigate them with a positive mindset. Happiness during life's ups and downs is not about constant pleasure or avoiding discomfort, but about learning how to stay grounded in the face of adversity while savoring the good times. In this section, we will explore strategies for maintaining happiness even when life feels uncertain or difficult. One of the most important ways to maintain happiness during tough times is by cultivating emotional resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from challenges and setbacks, and it plays a vital role in sustaining happiness. Building resilience involves acknowledging and accepting difficult emotions rather than suppressing or denying them. When we allow ourselves to feel sadness, frustration, or fear, we create space for healing and growth. However, it is equally important to not let these emotions define us. Resilient individuals can experience negative emotions without letting them overshadow their ability to find joy. The key is learning how to process emotions in a healthy way and moving forward with a mindset of hope and growth. Another strategy for maintaining happiness during life's ups and downs is to focus on the present moment. Mindfulness, being fully present and aware of your thoughts, feelings, and surroundings, helps you navigate both good times and bad with greater clarity. When we become caught up in worrying about the future or ruminating on the past, we can miss out on the small joys of the present. Practicing mindfulness helps us to find contentment in the here and now, even if circumstances are challenging. Whether through meditation, mindful breathing, or simply pausing to appreciate the present, mindfulness brings us back to a place of peace and gratitude. Maintaining a positive outlook is also essential in sustaining happiness through difficult times. This doesn't mean ignoring life's challenges, but rather choosing to focus on what is still good, even amidst hardship. Reframing negative situations by looking for lessons or hidden blessings can help shift your perspective. For example, a job loss might be a difficult experience, but it can also open the door to new opportunities or personal growth. By practicing optimism and choosing to focus on the positive aspects of any situation, you can maintain a sense of happiness even when things aren't going as planned. Another important factor in maintaining happiness is self-compassion. During life's ups and downs, we can be our own harshest critics. However, treating ourselves with kindness and understanding, especially when we make mistakes or face setbacks, can help protect our happiness. Self-compassion means acknowledging that it's okay to struggle, and it involves giving yourself the grace to be imperfect. By being gentle with ourselves, we can weather life's challenges without allowing them to diminish our sense of self-worth or happiness. Lastly, it's crucial to lean on your support network when facing tough times. Connecting with friends, family, or a trusted community provides comfort, encouragement, and perspective. Sharing your struggles with others can lighten the emotional load and remind you that you are not alone. These connections are a vital source of strength, helping to sustain happiness even when life feels overwhelming. In conclusion, maintaining happiness through life's ups and downs requires a combination of resilience, mindfulness, optimism, self-compassion, and support from others. By developing these practices, you can navigate life's inevitable challenges with grace and continue to find joy no matter the circumstances. Life will always have its highs and lows, but your ability to maintain happiness in the face of them lies within your mindset and the habits you cultivate along the way. Developing resilience and adaptability. Resilience and adaptability are two essential qualities that allow us to not only survive life's challenges, but to thrive in the face of them. These traits enable us to navigate hardships with strength, bounce back from setbacks, and adjust to new circumstances with ease. In this section, we'll explore how to develop resilience and adaptability and how these skills can help maintain happiness and well-being in a constantly changing world. At the core of resilience is the ability to recover from adversity. Life is unpredictable, and we will all face hardships at some point, whether it's a personal loss, a career setback, or unexpected changes. Resilience doesn't mean avoiding difficult emotions or pretending everything is fine. Rather, it's about embracing challenges with a mindset that focuses on growth. Resilient individuals understand that setbacks are a natural part of life, and they view them as opportunities to learn, adapt, and emerge stronger. To cultivate resilience, we must first shift our mindset to one that sees failure not as the end, but as a stepping stone towards success. This mindset helps us stay hopeful, even during tough times, and motivates us to keep moving forward. One way to develop resilience is by building a strong support system. Surrounding ourselves with people who offer emotional support, encouragement, and perspective can make a world of difference when we face adversity. These individuals can help us see situations in a new light, remind us of our strengths, and offer practical solutions. Additionally, self-care is a crucial aspect of resilience. Taking care of our physical and mental health through regular exercise, healthy eating, and stress relief practices allows us to build the strength needed to withstand life's challenges. When we nurture our well-being, we create a solid foundation upon which resilience can grow. Adaptability, on the other hand, is our ability to adjust to new situations or changes in our environment. In a rapidly evolving world, the capacity to adapt is essential for maintaining happiness and stability. Adaptable individuals are not rigid in their expectations or plans, but instead, they remain open to new experiences and flexible when things don't go as anticipated. Developing adaptability involves cultivating a growth mindset, which emphasizes learning and evolving rather than sticking to fixed ideas. It also requires us to let go of the need for control and embrace uncertainty. While change can be unsettling, those who are adaptable view it as a chance for reinvention, growth, and exploration. To develop adaptability, it's important to practice mindfulness and stay present in the moment. When we are mindful, we become more aware of our responses to change and can choose how to react, rather than reacting out of habit or fear. It's also helpful to embrace a problem-solving approach when faced with obstacles. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by unexpected changes, we can focus on what we can control and brainstorm creative solutions. Flexibility in thinking allows us to adjust our strategies and find new paths forward, helping us maintain a sense of balance even in the face of uncertainty. In conclusion, developing resilience and adaptability are essential for maintaining happiness and navigating life's challenges with grace. By building a resilient mindset, nurturing our physical and emotional well-being, and embracing change with flexibility, we create the foundation for lasting happiness, regardless of external circumstances. Life will always present obstacles, but with resilience and adaptability, we can transform those challenges into opportunities for growth and joy. Long-term practices for lasting joy. Achieving lasting joy is not a fleeting experience, but a lifelong journey that requires consistent effort, intentional habits, and a mindset that prioritizes happiness. While short bursts of joy may come from external events, long-term happiness is cultivated from within, through practices that foster a deeper sense of well-being and fulfillment. In this section, we will explore several long-term practices that, when implemented consistently, can lead to lasting joy. One of the key practices for lasting joy is cultivating a daily gratitude practice. Gratitude shifts our focus from what is lacking in our lives to what we already have, helping to foster contentment and happiness. By regularly acknowledging the things we are grateful for, we train our minds to notice the positive aspects of our lives, no matter how small. This can be done through journaling, where we write down 3 things we are grateful for each day, or by taking a moment during the day to reflect on our blessings. Over time, this practice rewires our brain to focus on abundance rather than scarcity, creating a foundation for lasting joy. Another essential practice for long-term happiness is developing emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence allows us to understand and manage our emotions, as well as recognize and empathize with the emotions of others. People with high emotional intelligence are better able to navigate relationships, handle stress, and respond to challenges in a constructive way. To build emotional intelligence, we must first increase self-awareness, understanding our emotional triggers and how we respond to them. From there, we can work on regulating our emotions and practicing empathy toward others. Emotional intelligence fosters healthier relationships, deeper connections, and a greater capacity for joy. Mindfulness is another powerful tool for lasting happiness. By practicing mindfulness, we can remain present in the moment and fully engage with our experiences. This reduces stress and anxiety, as it helps us let go of worries about the future or regrets about the past. Mindfulness can be practiced in many ways, through meditation, mindful walking, or simply paying attention to our thoughts and emotions throughout the day. The more we cultivate mindfulness, the more we learn to appreciate the richness of life as it unfolds. This sense of presence leads to a deep, enduring joy that comes from living in the moment. Creating a sense of purpose is another long-term practice for sustaining joy. When we live with purpose, we have a clear sense of direction, and our actions are aligned with our values. Purpose provides meaning, even during difficult times, and it motivates us to push through obstacles with determination and hope. To cultivate a sense of purpose, we must first understand what truly matters to us, whether it's helping others, pursuing a passion, or contributing to a cause. By setting meaningful goals that reflect our values, we create a life that is fulfilling and rich in purpose, which in turn supports lasting joy. Finally, maintaining healthy relationships is an essential practice for long-term happiness. Human connection is a fundamental source of joy, and nurturing positive relationships with friends, family, and community members provides emotional support, love, and shared experiences. Investing in these relationships by spending quality time, communicating openly, and showing appreciation creates a strong network of support that enhances our overall well-being. Positive social connections are consistently linked to greater happiness, health, and longevity. In conclusion, lasting joy is a product of consistent practices that nurture gratitude, emotional intelligence, mindfulness, purpose, and healthy relationships. By committing to these long-term habits, we build a solid foundation for enduring happiness that is not dependent on external circumstances, but rather on how we choose to engage with life. Through patience and dedication, these practices create a sense of fulfillment and peace that remains with us, no matter what life brings. Conclusion. The endless journey of joy. The pursuit of joy is not a destination, but an ongoing journey, one that evolves and transforms as we grow and change throughout our lives. While the moments of joy we experience along the way can be deeply fulfilling, true and lasting happiness comes from cultivating a mindset and lifestyle that nurtures well-being at its core. By embracing the practices, habits, and perspectives outlined in this book, we begin to build a life that is not just filled with fleeting pleasures, but with meaningful, sustainable joy. As we've explored, joy is not a passive state that happens to us. It is an active choice that we make each day. It involves developing self-awareness, practicing gratitude, nurturing positive relationships, and maintaining a mindset that embraces resilience and adaptability. Each of these elements is a piece of the larger puzzle that creates a life rich with happiness, fulfillment, and contentment. The more we engage in these practices, the more ingrained they become in our daily lives, transforming our experiences and shaping how we respond to the world around us. The journey to joy also teaches us the importance of embracing both the highs and the lows of life. Happiness does not exist in a world free of challenges or adversity, but in our ability to navigate them with grace, optimism, and self-compassion. Life's obstacles are inevitable, but they are also opportunities for growth and deeper understanding. By learning to transform struggles into strengths and setbacks into lessons, we empower ourselves to maintain a sense of joy no matter the circumstances. Furthermore, joy is amplified when we share it with others. The connections we build, the kindness we offer, and the legacy of love and generosity we create all contribute to a greater sense of fulfillment. Giving not only improves the lives of those around us, but also nurtures our own well-being, creating a cycle of positivity that perpetuates itself over time. By investing in relationships and fostering a spirit of compassion and service, we deepen our connection to others and to ourselves, allowing joy to flow freely in all areas of life. Ultimately, the endless journey of joy is about embracing life in all its complexity, knowing that joy is both a choice and a practice. It's about being present, appreciating the small moments, and remaining open to growth, love, and possibility. By committing to this path, we ensure that joy becomes a constant companion throughout our lives, one that enriches every step of the journey.